Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this very special edition, live edition, however you want to call it, version episode 5 of Deku Scrub Playground, the DSP, with your wonderful hosts, Oaf, and my wonderful brother, LH here.
Yes. Hello. Happy 40th anniversary, Legend of Zelda.
Yes.
We are hitting you guys from across both Twitch on my side and on LH's side, YouTube. LH, you might need to make sure that desktop audio is on monitor and output, because apparently I'm not coming through it on your end.
Oh! Okay, let's see. See, this is why we do checks.
Hey, no worries.
This is why we do checks. Okay. Let's go into my mixer here.
Okay.
Yeah.
My mixer here.
Ali?
Hello?
Let's see. Because... Oh, not yet. Almost.
Let's see. What am I missing here? We got Elgato, it's going. Our avatars are good.
And then in mixer for whatever you're using for your speakers for your for me, what
Gotcha.
what's
Yeah.
what's
How's that?
check this real quick.
Gotcha.
How's this?
Give me one moment.
How's that?
Oh yeah, we're coming through on both ends, boyo.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Hey, no worries. This is exactly how you put it. This is why we do our checks. But welcome everyone. Happy 40th anniversary to the Legend of Zelda series once again. We are your hosts, your bumpkins, your scrubs here at Deku Scrub Playground. I am Oaf. This is my wonderful brother, Laurelian historian, LH himself.
Ayo.
And we're hitting you with this special live edition 5th episode of our podcast, Deku Scrub Playground, today. And happy 40th anniversary, LH, and happy 40th anniversary to all of you out there watching live now or watching later on DSP when this is uploaded later on.
Yeah. No, today is a good day.
Oh yeah.
I mean, 40 years of this series is unreal. I mean, it's 6 years older than I am.
Dude, that's what's... It's like, let me give you this kind of... There's like, we've got Zelda today, and then a week from now, we've got Pokemon for their 30th, right?
Mm-hmm.
And myself being like Mr. Zeldamon, being both like, my main two I focus on is like Zelda and Pokemon, for instance. Myself, I was born 2.5 months before Pokemon came out, but I was born like 9 years after Zelda, but technically right before the 10th anniversary.
Nice.
Hells yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Today, everyone. Now, usually we and I've got to admit this. Usually we have a direction for where DSP goes for our focus. So, like, the first one was us going through the ancient past and the primordial eras before the split. I think the second one was trying to make that connection to the Sheikah and the Zonai. Third one, it's about time, because it was literally all about time. And the most recent one was, I know that I like to say we were AOI focused on that one, but somewhat,
sorta,
kind of. But truthfully, today, and I'll admit this, LH hit me up when we got into the VC before go live. He's like, "So what do you want to talk about today?" I'm like, "Oh crap, So it's the Zelda 40th anniversary, and because of that, you know, we're just gonna be like going off the top of our heads, because knowing you and me, dude, whether it's you and me, Rev, Zoe, Gabe, Brick, Dan, anybody we talk to in our circles, that you just sit us down for a few minutes and then it just evolves naturally into us just live theory crafting and stuff like that, you know?
Yep, it surely do.
Well, if I may,
But yeah, if you may,
a few nights ago, there was a shadow dropped update for both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on Switch 2. Dan and Rev
Yes.
shared with us that Nintendo of China, I think it was, because whenever it's CS, that means Chinese Simplified, if I remember correctly.
that's
They shared something about both those games in Switch 2 from what Dan and Rev shared, and both of them are like, what does it mean? I went ahead out of curiosity and I updated both games, and I'm like, hey guys, you don't think that this update is not only to update like the language packs, but also to fix the frickin' cutscenes finally? And they're like, this can't be it. I popped it on, and sure enough as shit, that's the case. Now, I will say that after this update, there are times in the cutscenes that, yes, the audio will stutter, and it'll eventually snap back into place now compared to being permanently displaced, as I showed you guys before.
Yeah, completely desynced.
And
like,
it was completely unplayable.
egregiously so.
It's like nothing about the gameplay was out of normal, but it's just these games in particular, they're cinematic Zelda, because they're the first ever voice acted Zelda, like, to actually say words, right? Instead of like Link going "come on" or something like that. And it to have that happen.
Shout out to Wind Waker Link.
Meowing like a cat and all. But that's I know it's a small nitpick, but when you look at the finer details, anybody who had a digital version of either of the games did not have this issue. So for myself, I have Breath of the Wild digital from Switch 1, and
Same.
The family plan for Nintendo's Switch Online Plus that you and I are on, like that is how you and I got our free Switch 2 upgrades for Zelda.
That's right.
What sucks is, because I did the Breath of the Wild Switch 2 run, I think it was last year, there was no issues. There was nothing. But I pop on Tears of the Kingdom this year, and that's where we have the issues. And now 6 to 8 months later, they purposely fix it on the anniversary week. Ooh.
Interesting.
So I think that's a little cool to point out right off the bat that Zelda team went ahead and updated that. So anybody who has a physical cartridge of Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, you can now play the game comfortably.
Yes. It is quite nice.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was running into those issues with the cutscenes, but outside of the cutscenes, everything was great. I've loved playing it. So now that there's at least this patch, it's much more enjoyable.
Oh yeah. Because I know I did some cockamamie kind of thinking, but like with Switch 2 cartridges, we come to find out they're not actually cartridges, but they're like key codes and all that, which, if anybody got like DuckTales remastered on PS3 back in the day, like myself, and you got it in the physical cartridge box, but you open it up and it was a pin with a code and a paper cardboard like disc in the insert, then that's what I feel like Switch 2 cartridges are right now. Like, they are literally, you can buy the box if you want the box, but inside is just going to be this thing that tells you, hey, it's a code. Which then makes me think the reason why, like, my digital version of Breath of the Wild from Switch 1 got bypassed through all this issues is because effectively Switch 1 cartridges are seen as the same thing. Switch 1 cartridges are like a physical key code, but now if you put it on a Switch 2, we have the physical cartridge registered, but to our schematics, it's basically a physical key instead of being like an actual thing. And I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah, it's the whole system is kind of weird. It's kind of strange.
It is.
I get the appeal of digital media, like storing things in that way. but like the whole thing with the key cards, it's just odd.
Yeah, it's so freaking odd because, you know, I vibe with the virtual console of back in the day of what was on the 3DS, the Wii, and the Wii U. I vibe with NSO's, like, you know, 64 cabinet, Game Boy cabinet, Game Boy Advance cabinet, NES, SNES, all of them except the Genesis, because reasons.
Reasons.
Reasons. What was it? Sega does what Nintendo don't? Right, so why is the Genesis on Nintendo now? It looks like Nintendo does what Genesis can't. I don't know. But I guess what I'm getting at is I as well am on the same field. I was one of those people that was like, I want my physical formats because I can still play it. And over the years, because of how finances got, life happens and all that, I've had to start using more digital over the years and having to sell my physical. And let me tell you, man, I don't like that. It's like I have an entire PS4 that is just sitting here collecting dust because I don't have PSN anymore. And I have like over 100 free games over the PlayStation Network for free that I can't open because I don't have PlayStation Plus.
Yikes.
So like on a similar notion, if you don't have Switch Online, you can't access like you can access some of the titles if I remember correctly, but you can't access all of them.
Yeah.
So like if Switch Plus ran out for us right now, we wouldn't be able to open up the GameCube.
Yep.
And why?
Why? Yeah. It's odd. It's like why are these things accessible, but these things aren't? Why do you need a plus or a subscription for this? Like, how much extra is this? If it's all on the virtual console, it's all on the same server. Why is it is it demarcated and split up like this?
It's like, and when you get into like a PlayStation kind of vibe with that, it's like what you get on the PlayStation Store, they will even specify, oh, well, you're accessing the one and only PlayStation Store that you can access on like PS3, PS4, PS5, or whatever. But just know that this game you want, you can't get it on this system unless you have this system or you have this extended like thing on your yearly subscription, like all of that BS. And I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, so I can have it if I pay more money. Got it.
Yeah.
So
anyway.
So that's why I appreciate this most recent update to Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, because I even said like the day before and the day of it happening, I'm like, you know, I feel kind of burned, Nintendo. I feel like I gotta rebuy this game all over again, so now I could play it normally and all this, and then they hit me with the update. I'm like, good guy, Nintendo.
Good guy. Good dog. Good donkey.
Good donkey! So, okay, how about this? I'll kick us off with theorizing, speculation, and so on and so forth.
Speculation.
One thing that has recently gone through our circles has been a topic I've been thinking about since AOI came out a few months ago, and that's Kino, aka codename Quinoa. So Kino, as you and I have talked about,
yes,
that's a Sheikah.
Oh, I don't even have Age of Imprisonment in. I don't have the disc. That's a physical.
Oh, no worries.
I was gonna pull them up.
Mine's a digital, and the Mrs.'s 2-week lending period is up, so I have it back. If need be, I can open that up and pull up Kino's profile if need be.
Yeah, pull them up. I'm gonna try.
All right.
Just gotta get it.
I'll make sure that I'm going to mute my game audio so that it doesn't overpower anything. Oh, I hear your game audio.
You hear it?
Yeah, I hear it on the stream.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Kino. Good
old Kino. Quinoa.
Oh man. Let me open up the gallery.
Hey, if you don't know, if you're just reading it as an English speaker that does not know Spanish,
yeah,
it looks like it's quinoa. Quinoa.
Hylian warrior, a young man whose innate sense of justice drove him to serve his kingdom as a soldier. Raised a well-bred noble, he is optimistic and diligent, although his youthful inexperience occasionally shows through. Now, if we're gonna go right off the bat, why I think he's a Sheikah, it's obviously the eye on the forehead, right? But
the eye on the forehead.
But there's a couple other attributes that I want to point out that I kind of hinted at last night with you guys, or this morning with you guys. Kino's arms. So he does have a wrapping around his arms underneath his Zonai, I'm guessing, armor, or his Zonai bracers.
Yeah, the Zonai. He's wearing essentially a toned down, as in like it doesn't have all of the pieces, but most of the pieces of the Zonite armor set.
Yes, and now that's another thing I wanted to bring up. When it comes to Kino, and game audio is a bit too loud, Furnace says, for you. What is your game audio at? Oh yeah, it's loud. Is it at 0 dB or 0 dB?
Yeah.
You might want to turn that down to like negative 10.8. See if that's good.
Negative 10. Okay. Let's see here.
Hello, Mrs. Oaf. Mrs. Oaf is on my side right now.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Oaf.
Hello, Mrs. Oaf. Mrs. Oaf is on my side right now. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a mixer. And then your Elgato is going to have this bar. Oh, yeah, it's going to be... And then you just scroll the bar down until you get to, like, negative 10.8 or negative whatever you feel comfortable with.
Gotcha. 10.8. There we go.
Mama Oaf is here on my side as well.
Oh, nice. Hello.
Mama Oaf is here on my side as well. Yeah, your side sounds pretty equal right now, but hello, everybody. Hello. Mama Oaf says hello to you, LH. Ma, we are now live on both Twitch and YouTube for DSP 5 Alive. The Zelda Podcast from your two favorite scrubs, and we're currently talking about Kino from the most recent Age of Imprisonment, and how this dude might actually be a Sheikah. Now the next part I wanted to go over with LH is I think it was Zoe who pointed this out, and to our wonderful friends out there, Zoe also goes by the Dream Shrine. Please go ahead and check her out. I'm going to go ahead and link her YouTube in our chat. There's an echo, just an FYI, delayed, but a low echo.
A low echo.
Oh, duh. Okay, that's because I have... That's not as well. This is this. Where's the echo coming from?
Is it me?
Feedback. There's a little bit of feedback on my end. Oh, really? Oh no. Let me check things.
What?
There might be feedback on my end, and I never knew.
Oh, I thought I heard myself coming through something, but I didn't.
So I think what that is my headphones are a bit too loud. And my headphones are picking you up real easy.
Mr. Furnace says game audio. Yeah, okay. We fixed the game audio.
Yep. And how about that, Ma and Mrs. Oaf? Because again, this is the first time we've ever done DSP live, but DSP live on two formats at the same time.
2 formats.
Yeah.
We got Twitch and we got YouTube.
Yeah. Okay, that should help. Oh! It's because I have your stream unmuted. That's why. Sorry about that. That's my bad. Oh my god. It wasn't because of your voice through. Oh my god, that's my bad. I am sorry about that.
It's good.
All right. So I'll have my game audio mute. There we go. There we go. So about Kino. Oh my god, sorry about that.
About Kino.
Not only about those arms and the Sheikah mark on the forehead, but I think it was Zoe who pointed it out to us. The neck piece he has, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
What she pointed out is it looked very familiar, right? Or what did she say?
Yeah, she says she's seen something like that before.
And then,
like, specifically looking at the model of it, she's like, the model of this white part, this shawl that he's wearing, has been seen somewhere before. She's like, where did I see this before?
Now,
and then she posts. What did she post, though?
She posted, I believe it was Kino's body sections now spliced apart because she's trying to make Kino from scratch.
Yes.
That's
where did she see the shawl?
Well, that's the fun part, and that's exactly on the nose. Let me pull that back up. That was in discussion, I believe. And so she says, I've been looking at the neck cloth that Kino has. It seems familiar to me. And she says it looks a lot like the Sheikah stealth set that you get in Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Now, myself,
it does.
I use that mask from the Sheikah stealth set because I like when that scarf is just hanging off the back. But not only does that scarf from the Sheikah look like Kino's whole shawl ideal, but you see that golden neck piece that he has around him?
Yes.
So there's two things about that. One, our infamous goddamn half circle with a dot is all around that. Everywhere around that.
Yes,
so,
I know what you're talking about.
And I love how, like, yes, there are points in the Zelda games where it can literally be an artist's interpretation, but when it comes to Kino's goddamn fucking neck design with that fucking half circle and the dot, that's not an artist's interpretation. That's been in almost every single goddamn 3D Zelda game, for instance, and almost half of the 2D ones, right?
I believe in the old circles, most of us called it the harp symbol.
Yes. And with that, Kino also has on his waist, he has the boar, dragon, and owl symbols.
An owl, yes, from the Zonite set. But yeah, it's specifically those three, which all represent aspects of the Triforce.
Correct. And what's absolutely nuts to me is when you take the arms, when you take that waist piece, when you take that neck piece and the shawl, hero aspect from Tears of the Kingdom. It's almost 1-to-1 nearly. There's no way that Kino turned into him, but he almost looks like him.
It is a bit uncanny. There's got to be some relation there.
Let me open up Tears of the Kingdom on my end, and I'll open up my playthrough from 2024, not this most recent one. Because now with Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, you now can finally do what every single Zelda game did before and have more than one save file.
Yes.
How controversial for a Zelda game to have more than one save file again. Even though we've been asking for it for 9 years.
I know.
I think that's the one.
Now, most classic Zelda games, at least mine, actually, even into the original had 3.
3.
You could choose 3.
But Breath of the Wild, you could pick 4. But with Tears of the Kingdom, you could pick 2. Why are we skirting around the 3?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
On my end, I'm putting on Ancient Heroes Aspect right now.
Okay.
And
I think I already have it on or no, I don't anymore, but I have it in my completed file. Look at all my goodies.
So the thing is about the Ancient Heroes Aspect. Yes, he has a very similar arm thing as Kino. However, one arm is wrapped like Kino, one arm is bare like the Hero of the Wild / Tears. But he has, like... How do I say this? He has the waist piece with the 3 virtues. He's got the neck piece, like the golden neck piece that has the quote-unquote harp symbol, as you've put. But what's really strikingly different is, 1, he's a Zonai. 2...
Or some sort of Zonai hybrid.
Right.
Because some of this is not what we see with at least the other 2 members of the tribe that we have seen, right?
Correct. And that's the other thing.
Like this.
The
What is he's got a tail, man.
Yeah, he does.
And his feet are canine like, they're dog like or cat like.
Yeah, and
with 4 toes, and he's up on his heels.
Yeah, and
he's up on the ball of his feet, just like the way a dog or a cat would be, which is known as a digitigrade foot stance.
Right, and Rauru, for instance, he walks on the flat of his. Sonya technically walks on her. Like, for me, when I go upstairs, I actually do that. I stand on my toes when I walk upstairs. I don't use my full foot. But like, Minoru kind of has a similar thing when it comes to her foot, but I think the most damning thing on this dude isn't the tail. It's not how the waist piece looks like Kino's shawl. It's not because he has the 3 symbols just like Kino does. And it's not because of the arms. It's not because of the neck piece. I think it's because he has a Gerudo crown. That crown on the center of his forehead? That's Gerudo.
It's like a sideways third eye.
Uh-huh.
And the way those edge pieces kind of go off and outward, they kind of remind me of what happens with Ganondorf.
That's exactly
when he has the secret stone.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. It looks just like that. So it's like we do have an amalgamation of not just the hero being present, but we have an aspect of power and an aspect of wisdom when we have, you know, the hero's aspect of Tears of the Kingdom. It's kind of like a scarab, Villa said. What's up? Yeah, it does kind of look like a scarab, I'm not gonna lie. And that's that. I guess I gotta ask the same question we've all asked since 2023. Who the hell is this guy?
Well, if you listen to the rumors...
Oh my.
He is the ancient hero, right?
Yep.
Toro says, like, oh, I thought you were the ancient hero. And Impa says that you look just like the hero on the tapestry from 10,000 years ago.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, I remember those theories and the debates that were going on about, like, why does the hero have red hair?
Yeah, and then people are like, oh, it's the hero of Twilight, since the hero of Twilight has, like, brown hair, and it's closest you could get. And I'm just sitting here like, I mean, kind of.
But, like, yeah, he's supposed to be the hero from 10,000 years ago. However, the events of 10,000 years ago happen long after the imprisoning war.
Yep.
Long after the era of the Zonai. During the height of the Sheikah technology.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So, if this aspect, this Zonite piece filled with the soul of the ancient hero, is something that you get on a Zonai Sky Island for completing all of the Shrines of Light.
But
how does that compute?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Rauru and Sonya went ahead out. Okay. For everyone at home, if you know me, I love the Interloper War. I love the Era of Chaos, the immediate events that happened after Skyward Sword, but before Age of Imprisonment, because it is the most important events to happen to Hyrule, but we still don't know really much to anything about it, other than like context clues and hints and everything we've been given so far. So, after the Interloper War, after the Interlopers were banished to the Twilight Realm, the Light Spirits went to rest within their springs, and now Sonya, as the descendant of Zelda the First from the Era of Sky, is now walking the land with her newly wedded husband, King Rauru of Hyrule, the first king of the entire land to ever be announced, because beforehand was settlements. Those two were out making the shrine sites, which would eventually sprout underground as the light roots and all that. And you're right. How does Sonya and Rauru have a tie to someone who doesn't exist for another umpteen million unknown millennia? I know that Zelda shows up in the past because she was sent there against her whim. And it's the thing of... So, how the fuck do they know this?
Oh, Rev's in here. Hey,
Rev! Happy 40th, my dude. Happy 40th.
I also see David Villa.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and I agree. The hero from 10,000 years ago wore the hero's aspect.
So, okay.
So,
then
the hero's aspect is older, and that 10,000 years ago it was worn by a hero, a Hylian hero, most likely. And so that's how he was seen, right? Because it literally envelops the wearer. It makes them appear like this ancient heroes. But if that's the case, just like we have now in the present,
yeah,
who the hell was this guy?
So I've got something that might, like, I know it's not gonna fit, but it's a good starting point to at least get down this rabbit hole. So I guess where we could start off is a bit flimsy. Who this guy is might be the flesh and bone version of Akka from AOI, which basically would mean this is the true form of Sky in his Zonai form.
I see where you're getting at, but you might have to explain that a little better for the friends at home.
So for okay. So for the friends at home, LH opened my eyes to this a while back, and I'm going to send this to you, LH, so then you have it as well. LH opened my eyes to the fact that when it comes to the Zonai, that they are literally the ancestors of what we see with the people of Hyrule today, with Hylians, correct?
Yes,
and
they are considered the ancestors of the Hylians.
Correct. And what this would possibly mean is that the quote-unquote ancient humans from before Skyward Sword. I'm still trying to find this thing, I'm sorry. That the ancient humans before Skyward Sword were actually Zonai. And what I
Zonai, yeah.
And to fit with the mythos of the Zonai, and I know LH, you went ahead and gave a better description of it than I could ever try to attempt, but with the Zonai, they, as we know with their history, came down from the heavens after an unknown period, but then their numbers started to dwindle, and And if I can make a long, complicated story short, it correlates with what we know of Skyward Sword. So what we saw with Skyward Sword, sure, was a human-esque human hero motherfucker, growing the Master Sword. But
yeah,
but
because that's what the story would want you to think, because we're living a legend, right?
Yeah.
It's a legend being forged by your own hand as the intro to the game starts out.
Right.
And in our modern time, because if you're living in Hyrule and you're telling these stories, you're telling these legends, and you're kind of living the moment or imagining it in your head, which is basically what these games are. They're moments in time passed through legend, being told in the present. You would think that the people looked like you.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of people would
assume that they look like you.
Yeah, and then and just like and like how I've been saying, Hyrule is a lot like real life, because not only does Zelda team take a lot of different world religions, world cultures, mythologies, aspects to make Hyrule, because of course we have a ton of Middle Eastern culture with the Gerudo. We have a lot of Eastern culture with a ton of Asian influence with the Sheikah. When it comes to when it comes to the Hylians, they're obviously like your Euro-based kind of thing. I know that Miyamoto was going for more of a Germanic kind of feel when he originally conceptualized Zelda, if I remember right, but then he started to do like a mix of Germanic, Frank, and Britannian. Yeah.
It's a mix of like your typical medieval fantasy,
and then
it's your medieval fantasy, medieval Europe race,
and then Tears of the Kingdom really expanded on that too with the like ancients. So they have like Aztec, Incan, and Mayan all fused together perfectly, and then you got a little bit of ancient Japan, ancient China, and even.
And Southeast Asia.
You got that. And there's even Nordic.
A little bit of Khmer.
There's even like Nordic influences with Tears of the Kingdom. Like for instance, Stormwind Arc, perfect example for this. I see the pagoda with like the whole captain's quarters, like the whole backside of the ship, right?
Yeah.
But I'm also seeing like Viking longboats and Viking, shorts like all over as like the supports, and I'm like. With like the Aztec and Incan stonework,
Yeah, it's a curious blend, right?
I sent you the file.
Yeah. Oh, you sent me a file. Okay, let's see. What do we got here?
Dave says they take the Mesoamerican historical records and basis his own eye on that. Yes, they did.
Okay, let's see.
I have your
No, I want to be able to share this with the friends at home. I just got to figure out how.
What you could,
I guess I can add it as a media file source.
You could do that. Yep, I have mine sharing via screen capture since I have 2 monitors being used.
Gotcha.
And yeah. It's, from what you told me about the whole Zonai being descended, or at least connected, this was that first draft that I made, so obviously this needs to be reworked, because you explained it really well. The way I originally put it was, there was the ancient humans that were saved by Hylia, and the humans that would stay in the sky, because as we discussed, not everyone in Skyward knew about the surface. Like, there was Link, there was Zelda, there was Headmaster Gabora, and then there was Groose. By extension of Groose, he had Krillin and Stritch come down to the surface with him after the events. And that's it.
And then they flew off, yeah.
Yep. Presumably maybe to the Gerudo region, because nobody else is there.
Potentially.
Because I can't see...
Hard to know.
I can't see those 3 trying to bunk it up in the Elden region at all. But the humans that would stay in the sky, they would evolve into the Zonai originally, as I understood it. And the humans that were on the surface eventually would become the Hylians, but wouldn't gain the title of Hylian until Kingdom. Through that extension,
yeah, a little earlier than that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was, because when you explain, oh no, it's inverted, and I'm like, what? And you're like, instead of the humans being at the beginning of this whole tree, it's the Zonai that's at the beginning of this whole tree. I'm like, oh, son of a bitch, that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, the Zonai are a primordial or prototypical species.
Yeah.
Kind of like if you look at like hominins, okay? So the human family.
Yep.
The more ape-like ancestors, like Australopithecus or Ardipithecus.
Artie?
Yes, like Artie, yeah. They, had features like we have now.
Yeah.
But they also had features that we don't have, ones that were more typical for their time period, for their population. They were, hairy all over their body, furry, essentially, just like a chimpanzee or a gorilla would be now. Broader faces, big, long skull cases, not very large frontal lobes, more powerful jaws for chewing, but they were still human-like.
Yeah.
Like, they were human enough that we'd be like, oh, that's kind of interesting, if looking at the fossils based on the information that we have.
Mm-hmm.
The Zonai are essentially that. They are just like the Hylians, they've got long ears, except their ears are huge.
Yeah.
They are animal-like or beast-like because they are obviously much hairier and furrier, but they're human-like, right? They've got human-like hands, human-like feet. They can speak, they can reason. There's things about them that are shared with the Hylians that come later.
Yep.
And in Masterworks, it talks about this idea that the Zonai might be the prototypical or the primordial Hylian stock, and that the group that became the Hylians were Zonai who diverged, came to the surface, and eventually evolved in their own way because they became isolated, right?
Right.
That's how populations change and grow. They spread out, they isolate, and eventually they become their own thing. Clearly, they're not completely their own species. They're still related because they're able to they're able to reproduce.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
they've diverged.
Yeah.
They became two different groups. And it's a fascinating idea and a fascinating subject.
And as David has put on your side, the goddess statue is much more like the monolith in 2001: A Space Odyssey, enlightened the Zonai for stewardship. We can see a wild depiction of a Zoninian, the Skyward Fire Temple, which Zoe recently...
The 3 eyes,
yep.
yeah.
Zoe recently shared that with us. And or stayed on the surface when the Heavenly Period started. Yeah, that is directly in line with what we were going over, like to a T, right there,
Yeah.
And
Mr. Furnace here asks, could the aura enveloping the wearer, referring to the ancient heroes aspect, could it be something like how Link turns into a rabbit when transported into the Dark World?
You see,
where the aura of the ancient hero is representative of their inner soul. That goes hand in hand with something we were talking about earlier in the week too, with the divine beast, the sacred animal,
and
the hero's spirit emerging as a wild animal in Twilight Princess.
Exactly. We prophesized our people would be saved by a divine
blue-eyed
beast.
Yeah, there's something going on there. There's something there about these beasts, these animals, these sacred beings, and something about the hero and how he has shown up as these sacred animals throughout history.
So that brings up this whole thing then. If the Zonai, because what's ultimately interesting with Zelda Team, they're like, the bulk of these 18 other games, by the way, are canon to the overall story, but they might not actually happen in the way you think it happens. And we're like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. Like, the way that you described how the events are happening now, and I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, how I try to push the loop for a while, it kind of goes hand in hand, you know? And
it's that whole new interpretation.
Just like real life, history's always happening.
Yeah, it's always happening. New discoveries are always being made, and then we have to take stock of what we thought we knew and what was established before, because we never know the whole story. We only know bits and pieces, and we extrapolate.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's how history is written. That's how history is passed down. We don't know everything, and we're always learning and discovering something new that changes what we thought we knew.
Yep.
And that, I mean, with a series that's 40 years old, you're bound to come across stuff that you're like, yeah, you know what? Let's take a new crack at this. Let's take a new approach to this and see how it works out and see what creative juices get flowing, and then place it into the history, right? So like it's like finding a new ancient document. That's what Aonuma and Fujibayashi say.
That's what Rev just put
finding
too.
A new
not fixing history, just making new discoveries, a new ancient document. Exactly.
Yeah,
it's like
it just changed what we thought we knew, and you just kind of got to roll with it. You can ask questions. Asking questions is great, but like, just because it's not what you remember or what you thought you knew isn't a bad thing.
Exactly. And that's the other thing. It might be a sly comment, it might not, but when Aonuma says, oh, well, I have the real timeline locked up in my office for safekeeping, to me, that just screams, okay, you guys are actually giving us something that you made up, but you're not comfortable giving us the full thing. What we have currently for 14 years now, ever since it was established in 2012, 2011 with Skyward Sword and HH, first edition that I have, it's nuts. Because if by concept what we have is just half of what they might actually have made up and keep in secret, think about it like this. You, myself, Zoe, Rev, Dan, the five of us have literally came up with our own concepts of how the timeline is depicted, right? And the five of us don't really contradict each other, if I may say so, and you and Rev and Zoe and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, but our 5 different interpretations of the timeline, so your flow, my loop, all of this doesn't contradict, but they kind of blend to helping understand Hyrule a little bit better. And from what I'm seeing is, yes, 18 games, from Minish Cap to the end of the 3 timelines of the Fork. Those 18 may or may not have existed. King Rome hints at this. Legends of Ganon were passed through our land, through stories and fairy tales, or whatever the hell. I'm paraphrasing, but
through stories of Ganon were passed from generation in the form of legends and fairy tales.
And
so yeah, you're pretty close, but that's it.
But also
In
with
this-
what Zelda said too, with her prayer, like, may the hero, and again I'm paraphrasing terribly, but may the hero with this sword on his back be guided and, you know, be ever successful through wide seas, darkest twilight, through the span of time, and like literally naming some of the previous games that have literally happened, even if they contradict.
At least vaguely, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like definitive, but it is very like vague, sort of mythical
Right.
mentions of previous stories that we all know and love.
Yes, and so it comes to this whole thing of those 18 games, yes, are canon to the overall story of Hyrule, but it brings up this question that we've been fighting ourselves for 9 years with Breath of the Wild. We've been fighting it for almost 3 years with Tears of the Kingdom, and now for a few months now with Age of Imprisonment. Is the timeline, as of its standing now, the creation of everything in Sealing of Null, followed by the Era of Hylia, Skyward Sword, the Settlement, Chaos, Interloper Era, Age of Imprisonment? We don't fucking know. The 10,000 year ago calamity, the Great Calamity 100 years ago, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, where the loop starts and ends with that game. And that means, like, literally this giant span of we don't fucking know is where, like, the three splits would be. All of those 18 games.
Yeah, it's everything.
Right.
It's everything else.
But because of the passage of time, in-universe thinking, the people of Hyrule wouldn't know about a split if they were living through it. But to us, we see the split. What if all of those...
the thing. We are outside of time.
Right. and just like the goddesses in universe, we are literally in their existence. We're outside of space and time. And we're looking in. And it makes me think with those other 18 games, they are told as those myths, fairy tales, and legends to us, but in universe they're told the same way. Not as in, like, hey, we live on an alternate reality of this reality because this is what our forefathers told us. No. Whether it's like, you know, some divine being or one of the goddesses testing Sky's immortal spirit, or Ganondorf's malice testing the entire kingdom one way or another, they are canon, but they might not have possibly happened, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So what I get by that is...
I would agree. I would agree.
Those games are literally chapters of one grand storybook that exists in Hyrule in this metaphor. Inside of this storybook is a collective amount of stories and events that, quote-unquote, may have happened in Hyrule's history from the events of people who lived through the eras, but when you sit down and you look at it, then people are like, which era are we living in? Which of these timelines? And then the historians in Hyrule are like, we never diverged time, but these are the collective memories of everyone who lived before us who didn't know what happened originally, thus spanning 3 different splits in history. Kind of like how in real life, our own history, when it came to like ancient ways, when it came to dinosaurs, when it came to ruins and relics, a lot of the historians and a lot of the researchers were wrong the first few times until someone sat down and was like, this is what makes the most sense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You've got to take, if you've only got 2 pieces of a 1,000-piece puzzle, you don't have a full picture. You don't even have anything close, right? But if you have more pieces, if you're discovering more, you can put it together. Even if you don't have the full picture, if you've got even a 1/10 of it, you get the outer edges, you get a couple things in the middle, you can start to see what it looks like.
Right.
The more information you have, the more pieces to the puzzle you have, the more you can see the full picture. And that's how we look through time. That's how we discover our own history.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we put together the history of this series. Yes, it's the Legend of Zelda. Yes, these are legends and stories in Hyrule. That's the thing. The setting of the series is essentially we are living or imagining stories being told to us as if we lived in Hyrule today.
Yes.
As if Hyrule was the real world and we're living in it today.
Yes.
Kind of like how Tolkien's Legendarium,
Silmarillion,
with Middle-earth and the Silmarillion
Yep.
are legends and stories that have been passed down from an ancient mythic era into the modern time, and that's Tolkien has translated it and distributed it, right?
Yeah.
Like it's that's the setting, that's the stage that we're working with. So each story is being told by a different narrator. So we have different flavors, different concepts, different art styles. And we can kind of piece together, okay, this makes sense here, and then this one makes sense here because they seem to have the same characters or they seem to reference this other event. That's how we kind of have the timeline, but it's always subject to change because there's always going to be new stories or new discoveries or new interpretations that come out.
Rev's like, this topic literally comes up in episode 6 of my series, which might be done for tomorrow. Hells yeah!
Nice.
Oh my god. I sent to you in the chat the fee timeline if you want to show the lovelies on your side as well. And Rev said that maybe the game audio is a bit too loud. I know that I'm not.
Is it still too loud?
I don't know because I muted stream because I realized there was a feedback loop with both of us doing that.
Okay.
But if the game audio,
I can turn the game audio down a little more.
negative 13.0 dB.
I put it to minus 14.7.
He says it was loud when y'all were skydiving. Okay, so maybe
that's
negative.
That's typically a little louder.
Negative 16.5.
Yeah,
because negative 16.5 is usually where I roll around at.
Okay.
That might help. Thank you, Rev.
Let's see. Yes, appreciate that.
Like I said, I sent the fee timeline, and what's special about this timeline concept is you and I are I'll just say now, you and I, we have our names on it because this is based off of what you and I originally talked about in 2024, when you and I sat down with Zoe and we tried to place how much time was between the events, between the Zelda games. And then AOI gets announced, and they're like, hey, so this game's canon, and it's the memories of Tears of the Kingdom, and oh yeah, it's after the Interloper War, before Minish, and there you go. And then when Twin Rova shows up, we're like, so this is like 350 years before Ocarina of Time. Yep. What?
What? Yeah, because how old was Twin Rova in Ocarina of Time?
You're 380. No, you're 400. You're senile. You're crazy.
380 to 400. Yes. Yep. And that's the thing. So if they are under 100 in Age of Imprisonment, and they look to be young, like they look younger than Ganondorf himself, making me think maybe they're his daughters at that point in time, and they're raising their father as their son. Anyway,
whoa, no, I interpreted it as like, because of similar to Tolkien's different species having different lifespans, kind of thing. Like the Rito are the ones that live the shortest out of anybody, right? Like 50 years at most,
as far as we know. Yeah, so they're like somewhere in around there. Yeah, they don't seem to live very long.
The Zora are basically your wood elves that live like thousands of years at most. It's all of this thing where when it comes to the Gerudo, I can't remember if Tolkien made the Amazons as well in his stories or not, but I remember there was this desert people in Tolkien's works. And when they're like 50, they look like they're 30. So I know that there's some cultures IRL to this day that do that. Like, you could be like 60 years old and you look 30. You could be like 80 years old and you look 40. You look half your age at that point because of some lifestyle, either by your diet or by your way of life or something. And it literally helps make you look younger, you know? So I thought maybe that's what's going on with Twinrova and Ganondorf almost. Because once you hit like 90, you look like a prune.
Prune juice.
Prune. Or like a rotting pumpkin.
Oh God. Yeah. So.
Sorry about it.
I've got the timeline.
Alrighty.
The Fi timeline up on my end.
So
just sharing the window here. So let's talk about it.
This is the Fi Fi Fo Fum I Smell the Blood of Hylian timeline. It's named after not only just the Master Sword's own soul, Fi or Fi, however you want to say it. I say Fi. I know some people say Fi.
I say Fi.
Yep. That it's not only based on her entire existence. So where we have it marked with sword, with white, and that white line. The white line is, yes, the progression of the sword's existence, but it's also how to help us understand the flow of what happened in the events of Hyrule. So we follow the sword.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Skyward Sword literally being the start of the sword, but to go over the entire existence of Hyrule, we got the creation and sealing of Null. Established in Echoes of Wisdom, the three golden goddesses created the world as we already knew for eons and eons in the Zelda series, but we never knew why. And then Echoes of Wisdom gave us the why.
They just kind of showed up one day.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Null. He's a necessary evil that must always exist, because if you kill the progenitor and the creation, like the originator of all evil, all malice, the true origin of just death, right? You would just have nothing but happy good time bullshit, and nobody would die. And I'm not trying to be grim, but I'm trying to be real. Death is literally, yes, the end of life, but it is the ultimate way of life. When you look at that, is the outcome. Nobody can avoid it.
It's part of life.
Yes.
It's part of the cycle.
And if you take that away and everybody becomes immortal, then there's this concept of overpopulation happening, where whether all the resources are taken up or all available living spaces are taken up, you would literally have a dystopia because nobody can die. So, when it comes to Null, it is a necessary evil that must be contained at all times, thus creation. We get into evil appears because Demise, the Demon King, emerges in the air of Hylia. So an unknown amount of time after creation happens, we have Hylia walking the earth with her chosen people, the humans. The Sheikah are protecting Hylia and her human people, who are very likely the Zonai. And Demise emerges. Demons pour forth, and then, as we know, Hylia takes a small faction of people and saves them and goes up to the sky. What about the plethora of others? Run. What? Fucking run. If you can't make it out of here in time, you're going to die. And that's what happens. A portion of people were saved going up to the surface. A majority of them died, but I personally believe a good amount of those humans, Zonai, Sheikah, whatever, went into hiding. I believe that, with the context we have of the Sheikah being the Shadow Clan, the protectors of the royal family, even in banishment and being driven underground multiple times, with their Shadow Temple, the Earth Temple from Wind Waker, and all this stuff, the Sheikah probably hid underground and helped the humans and portion of Zonai, whoever, go underground with them. The reason being is because there was already a race of people living underground, and that was likely the Gorons. You know?
Yes.
The Gorons, my lord. When I saw Gorondia, and it was called the Fire Temple, I almost lost my ever-living cool, because Gorondia kind of just screams the original Fire Temple. And what I mean by that is, I don't mean the Earth Temple from Skyward Sword. The Earth Temple would be still above Gorondia in this retrospect. Gorondia is at the very deepest part of the basin of Death Mountain, which aligns with the Fire Temple from Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, it's at the deepest point of the crater.
Mm-hmm. And it keeps going in. So I'm willing to bet, when it comes to, like, the Heir of Hylia, the Fire Temple is hidden to even her. Only the Gorons have access to it. And let's go back to this whole, people are in hiding. The Rito probably came from the Elden Peaks of the Fire Sanctuary, not just because of the bird motifs. But when a god gave the Rito the Stormwind Arc, I still think that might be Hylia. Because if Hylia was like a godly Zonai, that could still fit. And if
maybe
I know that you're not sold on it, but the way I've interpreted it is Hylia gifted the Rito the Stormwind Arc, and they also had the third gate of time. This third gate of time would then be gifted to Rauru when the Rito came back, and that third gate of time is the time altar at the Temple of Time, meaning it never left its slab form. Granted, that's a huge stretch. That is a huge, huge stretch. What is very likely is maybe the Rito went underground with these human/Zonai and Sheikah, and let's say in this ancient era, maybe the Zora went underground too for hiding. So it's like Goron, Zora, Rito, human, Sheikah. Like, the people that would be thriving in the surface to this day, a good portion of each of them were hidden underground, is what I'm getting at,
I mean, there were definitely people living underground. Some kind of people.
Right.
Including Zonai. And there are statues of the different races.
Right. And
so maybe.
So with this feed timeline, basically, because I won't go through each of the boxes, but each of the boxes are highlighted to go over specific points in a more streamlined fashion, similar to what you presented to me. That's why in the very middle, the adult timeline, the downfall timeline, and the child timeline are all swirled together to merge into one. Because it ultimately does not matter which of those three it is, because it's ultimately all of them. It's a convergence without being a convergence, essentially, right?
It's like, so from our perspective, and I'll bring it up again, we are being told these stories as though we live in Hyrule in the present day, like modern times.
Yes.
Learning about these stories, right?
Yes.
Like, these are the ancient documents
we're
of the
right
Hyrulean
past
royal
step
family.
14. We're like right at the bottom of the blue.
Yeah, right at the bottom. So we know all of the stories. So what we call timelines and branches of timelines are more like alternate events, different legends that relate to one another in a different way. Most of these ones happen to stem or diverge from the story that we call Ocarina of Time.
Right.
But regardless, we know all of these stories in the modern day. We just don't know which ones were actually historic and which ones are just fairy tales.
Right.
We from our perspective, it's hard to tell because there's evidence of all of them. But that's the thing. We're so far removed in the present day, just like in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. We're so far removed from that mythical time period that it's hard to tell which was actual historical events that were recorded and which ones are merely stories that are told. Like, you make up a story about a character or whatever, and then okay, maybe a building or something goes up, or somebody passes it down and it ends up being taken as real.
Yeah.
But it might not have been real, right? Like, it's hard to tell. You don't know because you don't have enough information and you're so far removed from it.
Right.
But that's what we're working with. And yeah, that's basically the best way to think of it. Is it's you have a definitive beginning, you know, kind of the history from extrapolation of like what leads up to roughly Ocarina of Time. Then everything kind of gets jumbled about.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, you know, the threads kind of weave together, they're twisted together, and then you get the present.
Yeah. That's
and then you're like, okay, so that's it. That's the center line of the timeline. That is your historic thread.
Yes.
Is one big thread, then a mass of thinner ones kind of all woven together, and then you have the present day at the bottom.
Yes. It's I got hair in my mouth. Sorry about that. I had a hair in my mouth. When it came to this timeline, it is exactly how you're putting it. And I even saw this happening when I was playing Tears of the Kingdom back in 2023. I saw the loop right in front of my eyes. I'm like, oh my god, it's happening. As you put it, with how you put it in a more streamlined fashion, more A to B, it's really easy to understand. It's really chunked together. And before I forget, first, Ms. is here. So what's up, Ms.? Dave said, imagine Zelda or the Queen is using her power of wisdom to fill the blanks of history books, pulling from memories of other timelines, which that could actually be pretty freaking cool, a convergence from the Queen herself. And our good friends Rev and Zoe as well have stepped in, and I just want to say hi to them and hello to our fellow family members in our Zelda group. Back the fuck up before we rip this track up. Yes, Zoe, yes. For everyone at home, and I will supply the links in chat the best I can. Please go check out Rev and Zoe, because just like LH,
yes,
they are amazing.
Check them out.
They are amazing people that do amazing work, like phenomenal work.
10,000%.
A billion, I say. Anyway. But I will supply their links in chat here in just a moment. Both of you got in here at a pretty cool time. We're going over timeline stuff and how history is always happening, and we're living in history, and you know, history is always changing, and how we can interpret one thing but not take away the other thing, and just the usual theory crafting, you know. And anytime, Zoe, anytime, always happy to shout you guys out, because you guys are absolutely freaking worth it. Because honestly, without Zoe here, guys, the Dream Shrine herself, LH and I probably wouldn't have gotten to this point. I know that I got to the loop point before meeting Zoe, and I know LH was like at a certain point with the timeline, but like when we got talking with Zoe here, the pieces all fit together. So please do go check her out, and please do go check out Rev's stuff, because Rev, oh my god, Rev is a completely different story. Let me tell you that.
Everybody brings something fantastic to the table. We all have our own quirks, our own strengths, and we make a really good, really fantastic team.
Heck yeah.
Like, I can't tell you how grateful I am that I am friends with all of you.
As with I am with you guys, because LH, you know this to a T, but I was a fanboy of yours at start, and it took a while for me to chill the hell out. But we're real good friends. We're real close. Nah. But like for real, like if I didn't meet you, I probably wouldn't have met Zoe and Rev here. If I'm going to be honest.
Lore Zoe says lore predates the universe. Actually, no,
LH, come on. 1, you're famous.
I don't.
You got to admit that you're famous. 2, you are an eldritch god. Let's talk about that.
No, I am not. I am.
Is LH null? The theory of 2026.
Oh God. I'm the Larulian null. I'm the opposite.
You're a lull. No, I'm kidding.
Lol.
Where can we check out his sword? This sword timeline.
The sword
and the other
timeline. So the Phi timeline.
Can I be some kind of junior scout intern of sorts to the team? Says Dave.
Yeah. All right. So David Villa. We've got these graphs, these charts, made by OG Oaf. I believe he has them up on his channel, don't you? I remember seeing some posts about them.
I have posted some of these over time on my YouTube. I have. My YouTube posts, though, are littered with a whole bunch of stuff because I post pretty frequently on YouTube, surprisingly.
That's true. You do. And it is true.
I won't go too much into it, but I'm a U.S. citizen, and being a U.S. citizen, I've got a lot to fucking say of what's happening here, and I am not happy. I'll just put it that way. But in through all that fluff, you can find my Zelda stuff. I have posted this timeline concept of the Phi timeline.
The Phi-Fi-Fo.
I've posted a couple of things that relate to this because we also have this upcoming amazing Zelda timeline collab with LH here, Zoe, Rev, a good friend of mine, Mirage, aka Bork Nugget, and our good friend Dan the Man.
Bork, yeah.
And
that is still coming. That is still on its way.
Yes.
It's just it's such an ambitious and massive undertaking that we could not have it done by now. We're still gathering all of the different pieces that we need.
Yeah. So effectively, we're still on phase 1.
Yeah. So it's happening. It's going to happen, and we are doing it this year.
Mm-hmm.
But it is it's still a ways out.
Oh yeah.
But get hype. Like, it's gonna be big.
it basically oh no
what?
I just got a friend request from my mother on Discord. My mother has now made a Discord.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Your mother is on Discord.
My mother's on Discord. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Mama Oaf's gonna know how much you shit post in a day.
Yes, she will. She will. Oh no. She even calls herself Mama Oaf now. No. Hey, Ma, always good to have you, though.
I love it.
Always good. That's pretty cool, though, because Ma says, get the fuck over it. Yeah, I know, Ma, I know. Ain't no worries, Ma. I do love the support. It's just, it took me for a loop. I was like, oh, hello, I got a friend request? That's new. But, yes, Ma. Yes, Ma. No worries. But when it went, so coming to the timeline, coming to history, and coming to this collab, we're basically fusing it all together. Because this timeline collab, I know that we're not the first. I know that we're not going to be the last. But, if I may, I personally believe that this timeline collab is quite literally going to be made by fans for fans. Because we've seen other people make timelines for the Zelda series. We've seen many different ways that it goes. But the way that I think that it's that at least I perceive it is with our different styles, our different touches, our different views and fusions.
Fusions?
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. Oaf. So with our different kind of viewpoints and etc. I think that is what's really going to drive that home with this timeline collab that we're doing. And yes, as LH put it, it's still going to happen this year. I myself got a little bit stir-fried and frantic. I got myself worried into a sickening panic, quite literally, because I thought that it needed to be today, but it doesn't need to be today. Today's just the first day of the entire year.
Yeah, this is the anniversary, right? This is the day. So this is like Zelda's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
But now from here on out, we have an entire year. This is the 40th year. So
it is.
We've got a lot of time to work on this, and there's plenty that will probably come up in the next few months. Like I would anticipate that, like with the 35th anniversary, with the 30th anniversary, we've gotten things, and they usually come early summer, late spring, early summer. So I expect June or July we will probably have some sort of reveal.
Yep.
If history is anything to go by. So there may be some things we'll have to add to the timeline.
Oh yeah, like
depending on what comes out.
Right. And that's the thing, because I know that we've talked about it. It's part of the reason why we're kind of delayed, but it was going over what should and should not be put in. Like, to everyone at home, if you've seen other timeline videos, there's some like Frederator, there's some like Commonwealth Realm, stuff like that, right? And we are doing something different, but the same. So what I mean by the same is it's Zelda oriented.
Same.
It's Zelda oriented. It's a Zelda timeline video, right? But what it's different meaning, if anybody's seen like a repainted, like Chowder repainted, Looney Tunes, the Dover Boys repainted, if you've seen one of those kind of things, if you've seen like maybe Jawbreed or The Right Opinion before, and you know how they have different art styles and editing styles going from topic to topic, it's going to be similar. And that's what I mean by made by fans for fans. We're making it in our own different styles together for the people who want to know more about Zelda. And that could be via you knowing a ton about Zelda like us. You might not know that much about Zelda because you haven't played in a while. Maybe you've never played at all, and like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is like your first era into the entire mythos. That's fine. Our whole thing as historians, theorists, as lore keepers, we share the lore. We share the beauty that is Zelda. And if we don't, we could very well see the entire thing dry up. So that's what we're doing. That's the whole point. It's just to have a good old time and show how much we love this series.
Yeah. And we surely do.
Mm-hmm.
We surely do. I have been a massive nerd, a massive fan of this series for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I played A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo. I remember going over to my friend's place in grade school, and we'd just hang out, and they had a Super Nintendo and a Sega, and we would just, play whatever. And I played A Link to the Past, or I watched them oftentimes too. And it looked like a lot of fun, but I didn't really get into it.
Right.
What got me into the series was Ocarina of Time. It blew me away.
Yes.
Like, I sat there for hours watching them play, and then I would get a turn because, again, we got multiple save files. So when they weren't playing, I would go on my own because I didn't have an N64. I didn't end up getting my own N64 for several years. But we'd play these games all the time, and it was magical. Like, the story, the pacing, the enemies, the graphics. I mean, yes, compared to a lot of things we have now, those graphics definitely are aged.
Oh, yeah.
But they were, like, the best things around at the time.
There's a certain zeal to it. Like, I remember, because my first Zelda, if I can, as a boy, as a lad, before I had my first Game Boy Advance and then my SP and my GameCube and all that, I used and played my parents' N64. And we're talking like Conker, Banjo, DK64, Diddy Kong Racing, Majora and Ocarina, but those were the colored cartridges. So we're talking about like Donkey Kong Yellow. We're talking about, I think it was Majora Blue? I can't remember.
Blue?
I don't remember. I know that Ocarina was gold. It was like that glittery gold kind.
Yeah. I remember seeing one like that out in the market.
And,
but Majora...
Yeah, Majora...
The only Majora I've seen was a really nice gold cartridge with like a holographic print.
Ooh,
I remember I had that, and it was wild.
Breath of the Wild. But my first game was.
Did you know that Sheik was Zelda?
Yeah,
sorry, I'm reading David Villa's comment there.
I saw it. Yeah.
Okay, you guys knew Sheik was Zelda, right? Like, playing the game with like for the very first time, I didn't know that Sheik was Zelda until later. Like, not necessarily right at the reveal, kind of leading up to it. There was, with the way, was it Rauru? Whatever the last sage is that you save before tells you to go.
Oh, Naburu.
And go to the Temple of Time. Yeah. So, and it was like, why do I gotta go there? Like, who's... And then and then Sheik shows up, and I'm kind of like, wait a second.
That's the funny thing, because with me, Ocarina of Time... Okay, so I have always loved Zelda since I was a child, but Zelda is... Okay. As a kid, and I'm talking about, like, elementary, I would play my mom's N64. I play Ocarina, I play Majora. I would not beat them. Ocarina, I would get as far as getting halfway through King Jabu Jabu's belly and not even get to the big Octo as a kid. That's how far I got in Ocarina. And then I would give up and restart the game all over and over and over and over again. Majora, I would probably get the Deku mask off and be able to open up Termina Field, and that's as far as I would get as a kid, right? So...
Oh, no.
So... We're talking about maybe when I started being able to play video games, about 5 or 6. It wouldn't take until I had Ocarina and like the Zelda Collector's Edition on GameCube, until I was maybe 10 or 11 or somewhere around there, that I would finally be able to play it and then beat it. But Majora, I wouldn't have... Here's a deep dive. My first time beating Majora was in, what was it, dear? 2022, 2021, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, it took me that long to finally beat Majora. Because when I tell you guys, I've told all you guys this, Majora and Wind Waker, I love them. I do. But Majora is the game that I like to watch. I don't like playing Majora. It's partially because of the time system and the intimidation from it.
It is. There is definitely a lot of stress involved in the timekeeping system,
and with me personally, when it comes to Majora, I know that you have more than enough time to get an entire temple and side stuff done within the 3-day span. You got more than enough time. But then there's people like me who doesn't want to reset the time system because he knows he's going to forget one or two things, and then in order to get that one or two things done, you have to beat an entire temple or two, and granted you're going to be overpowered, but it's Majora is major backtracking that I don't like, and it's
that is true, and there is a lot involved,
and granted I do like backtracking in some cases, but like it's one part backtracking, one part intimidation from the time aspect, and I still never like the 3 times that I've played Majora all the way through have all been mask playthroughs where I get every mask. I will not get every heart piece because those shooting galleries suck. The Deku, the South Woodland Swamp shooting gallery in particular, because you got to try to get that perfect, what is it, 2,600 or whatever, and that means you got to get all 100 to 300 by getting the Wolfos out in the distance and the Deku Scrubs out on the mountaintops. I'm like, how the hell are you supposed to get that shit? No, thank you. Like, it's like I have a hard time with the Gerudo horseback archery range in Ocarina, but at least that's more tolerable.
Yes, same.
That is like way more tolerable. But like Ocarina was my first as well, then Majora, because we had both. But the first one I had was GameCube, and that'd be Wind Waker. Wind Waker GameCube. Never beat that as a kid. Took until I think a few months ago to finally beat it as an adult on the GameCube cap. No. No, I beat it on the original GameCube format a few years ago before I started streaming, so never mind. But if you had to ask me, would I rather play the GameCube version again or HD? I'm going to pick HD because they fixed the Triforce Hunt. It's kind of like...
Yes, and there's a lot of quality of life improvements that they did with the HD remake, or not remake, remaster.
Yeah.
For the Wii U. No, it's a fantastic game. I loved the Wind Waker when it came out. I played it on the GameCube. And yeah, there are some things that were very tedious and challenging, and I mean that's fair. That games are meant to have a little bit of a challenge, but having the HD remaster when it came out, I not only had that nostalgia factor, but it was easier to play. Like I wasn't like banging my head trying to figure some of these things out. I was like, oh my god, that's so much easier than it used to be. And then the Swift sail.
Oh my god,
the Swift sail.
Yes, please. Yes. Oh yes. I hate having to stop and then change the wind direction and then go that way and then stop. Hi Dan. Stop and then change the wind direction again and then go that way. It sucks. It sucks so hard. I love the Swift Sail so much. Oh my god. It's like my favorite game's Twilight Princess, right? I've 100%ed it on the GameCube and I've 100%ed it on the HD. Can you take a guess which one I've played more though? Because I don't have to get 100 Pose Souls. I only need 60.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's like it's like, yeah, the HD versions are very well put. The 3DS version of Ocarina, I love that one so much. It's like, because you don't have to have inverted controls and you can actually change your settings and you can do this and this. I'm like, oh my god, I can actually have more options. And
no, I haven't had, I mean, other than a couple of little gripes with Majora's Mask 3D, I haven't really had any issues with any of the remasters. Like, they've been entertaining. They've been like massive improvements in a lot of issues that the previous ones had, or just in general, like, they were just as fun to play and also fresh. Like,
you know,
especially with Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D.
Exactly.
Because it wasn't just like an HD, touch-up the way the Wind Waker and Twilight Princess's graphics are. It's completely built from the ground up. Like, it just looked amazing. Like
Yeah.
the characters, the models, the textures, everything in the 3D remakes of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask just made my day. Like I loved playing them.
Mm-hmm. It's like something about being a kid and playing those games, like not really knowing the nitpicking about the inner depths of what we know about the video game field. Something was just very serene about that mush green being blended together that we call grass, and those few trees that stand next to each other in a wall formation that we call a forest. Like there was something like legitimately magical about that. And
yeah,
and it's like, man, I don't know how to put it other than that. You know, it's like when you play Twilight Princess, for instance, like HD. I like to point out every time I get to Death Mountain, I look behind me and I look towards the entrance of the Death Mountain Trail above the Kakariko entrance, and the skybox texture they have seems to be a panorama, or at least a mirrored infinitely upon itself picture of the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
And I'm like,
yeah.
Yo. This is actually pretty cool because I'm noticing that we have a majority of our Zelda group with us currently right now on DSP 5 Alive on this special edition of the Deku Scrub Playground. The members we have with us currently is myself, LH, Dan, Mrs. Oaf, Rev, and Zoe, the Dream Shrine. Again, I've sent the links to Zoe and Rev's channels. I'm going to go ahead and send one to Dan's channel real quick. I would like to do something if you guys are okay with it, but I want to bring it up as a question for y'all. And I will check the chat here in one moment once I post Dan's chat Dan's channel in my chat. But because we have a majority of our Zelda group today present, would you all be opposed to me opening up the floor? And I know that not all of us are keen to using voice chat, which is fine. I can be the one to deliver your messages via my voice through your text. But I would like to open up the floor. Topic-wise, I don't know. LH, maybe you could help me out with that one. But I don't know, maybe like a group floor topic for this special occasion of the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, like you guys, we've got you in the general voice channel there.
Oh, yeah.
So you have access to the chat, so you can post a question, or post something that you'd like us to talk about. If you're, like Oaf said, if you're not comfortable talking in voice, obviously, because I know Zoe and Dan both tend to be a little shy when it comes to being on voice, and that's fine. I know I've been terrible with it in the past too. But we get it.
We gotcha.
But yeah, if you guys have any questions, shoot them out.
Yeah.
Post them.
Basically,
we can shout out and try and give some answers, or even if it's not a question, if it's just a topic that you want us to discuss, just bring it up.
Essentially, this part of DSP 5 Alive, the special live edition of the Deku Scrub Playground, has now turned into
the game is loud.
Turned into a special edition crossover episode of DSP x Lightcast x RevCast. Haha! I got you now. So,
okay. So I've turned down my game capture there because this particular scene, because I was just kind of playing the memories to have something going on in the background.
David
this
says
particular scene is super loud.
It is. The Molduga are attacking. As Dave said, Twilight was the grand vision of the Hyrule fantasy. I have to agree, because even though the imagery of the Triforce is in-game, the only mentioning it's called is like the power of the gods, or the chosen power of the gods. The word Triforce is never uttered, right? And the game is...
It's true.
The game
is not mentioned at all.
And that game is not about saving the Triforce, it's about saving the kingdom itself. Yeah, Dave, I fuck with that one, yeah. And Ms.
Returning the land of Hyrule to its status as the land of the gods of yore.
Mm-hmm. Ms. says the 3DS version removed all of the Skull Kid's aura.
I mean, he did. Yes, I can kind of agree that there were some changes done. Like obviously now his face looks like quite wood-like, whereas before it was just like a void.
You see, I've seen people play the 3DS version like Vinny Vine Sauce. He's done randomizers, Majora like a ton, and the only nitpick I had about Majora 3D when it first came out and still now is the moon. I don't like the moon's face in the 3DS version. It looks too goofy. It doesn't look menacing, you know?
It is a little bit goofy, but I've always interpreted the moon as looking like it's grimacing, like it's being pulled against its will, so it's
God damn it, Rev! Yes, no, I agree. To me, I feel like when it came to the face on the moon never had that face. I feel like that's the face that Majora put onto it. You know? Maybe it was a collective of space rocks and not the actual moon itself, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe it was an asteroid pulled from what's his name in Star Fox?
Andros? Oh my god! Incoming Andros face. Oh no. Let's see. Mrs. Oaf is in your chat. Hello, dear. Hello. Zoe says, I have some ideas that are bad ones. The level of bad ones? Zoe, you don't have bad ideas. I'm sorry, but you don't. Let's see.
Wait. Let her cook.
But she doesn't have bad ideas. Like, Zoe has nothing but good ideas, at least from what I've seen. From Zoe, I have some ideas that are bad ones. The level of understanding and chemistry required to make it... Okay, I see what you mean now. I see what you mean now.
To make Hateno cheese. Yeah.
Why no one has a bathroom in Hyrule? Okay, wait. Do you mean just modern day Hyrule? Because I have seen a couple of outhouses. I'm not gonna lie. I have seen outhouses in Breath of the Wild: Tears of the Kingdom. They are so fucking...
Okay, I gotta try and find one now.
Okay. They are so niche, but if I remember right, you might be able to...
Is there one in Hateno?
I think so. It's...
Okay, I'm gonna fly to Hateno and I'm gonna run
around.
But there's a brick! We have a wild brick.
And then Zoe said, what is it about the Gerudo Secret Club that needs to remain a secret? Excellent. Okay. So the first one, the understanding chemistry required to make Hateno cheese. So the dairy farm is right underneath the lab, and of any of the residents to be closest to the Sheikah lab, it would be the farm, right? How much you want to bet that when Purah needed an item and Simon's not there, she may have gone down to the farm and asked them, maybe? Maybe she shared ideas how to make cheese, maybe?
Maybe. But it did. I remember seeing something about how it started 100 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So that would have been before Purah was there.
Yeah, because she'd still be doing the Ancient Tech Lab in the Central Fields.
Yeah. But, that said, I was just watching a YouTube video, was it the day before yesterday, about how a potential theory not theory so much, but more like anecdotes on how humans acquired cheese. So back in the day, a lot of our human ancestors in various cultures and tribes used to partake in milk. We all love milk, even to this day. A lot of people.
I had chocolate milk last night. Yeah.
Even if you're lactose intolerant, you seem to really, people seem to really enjoy drinking milk. But how do you carry your milk if you're traveling? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So there are various containers and there are various things now, but way back when, like over 1,000 years ago, 2,000-3,000 years ago, even upwards of 5,000 to 9,000 years ago, a lot of more primitive cultures used things like animal stomachs as a carrying pouch. They do the same thing even in the Legend of Zelda. The bomb bags in Ocarina of Time are Dodongo stomachs. The stomachs are pouch, right? They're pouch-like, and a lot of different cultures around the world, both real and fictional, have used them. Stomachs have enzymes. Stomachs have bacteria. Stomachs have acids and chemistry going on. Even if you've cleaned it out, there are still things that you cannot get rid of. Then you have your milk being stored in these pouches, these stomachs, and the enzymes start to act on them. And you also have heat and temperature changes, and because you're traveling with it, right? You didn't have refrigeration, you didn't have all of our modern amenities. So you start your journey with a bag of milk. You end your journey with a bag of cheese.
Oh God, yeah.
And so for the first while, people probably just chucked it. But if you've done a lot of work to get that milk, it's not like you had massive farms or industrial farming or whatnot. Like the family had so many cows, or the village only had so many cows or goats, and then you're drinking the milk. It's a precious commodity. So people ate it, and it turned out that it tasted pretty all right. So people started making it often. So the natural chemistry of making cheese came about through happenstance. And then as time went on, different tools and techniques were developed, we started to learn more and diverge quite a bit. Now you have things like blue cheese. We use different molds.
Oh no!
To make those. And yes, I personally hate blue cheese.
I hate blue cheese. I hate cottage cheese. Oh.
But there are so many different kinds of cheese, and there's so many different ways to make them. There's different yeasts, different enzymes. Rennet, as Zoe had brought up, natural rennet, especially if it's a sheep stomach. There are various things that go into making cheese, and a lot of them come from nature and came about through happenstance. And then as time has gone on, and our understanding and our curiosity, as a species, as different cultures, we've learned more about it and are able to reproduce it more effectively and more often. And now you have whole cultures that make their own brands or their own styles of cheese, and you can go out and buy them. Like you can get a Gouda, or you can get a like there's Asiago.
Sounds pretty Gouda to me.
Provolone. There's all these different cheeses, and they're all specific to different regions and different places that make them, and it's super cool. And I think they must have done something similar with Hateno. They must have, maybe they stored the milk somewhere, and it happened to have like a yeast or something that got into it, and then it hardened, or it solidified, and they were like, oh, what is this? And then they went from there. But it happened 100 years ago. The fella who had done it wrote down the recipe, but the recipe was lost. So then his descendants, who didn't know how to make it, didn't make it. So then for 100 years following the calamity, nobody had cheese. Nobody had even the idea of cheese, because it had only just been discovered by this man prior. And then in Tears of the Kingdom, you're able to find this recipe written on a little note floating out in the lake. And now we have Hateno cheese, and Hateno cheese is great. You can make pizza with it. You can eat it with various dishes. It seems to be something similar to mozzarella. So yeah, no, it's super fun. It's super cool. What's the second? The second one was the bathrooms.
So I'm also in Hateno, and I sadly need to confirm that I was mistaken. I guess I was
Was it a different outbuilding?
Like
a shed or something?
Yeah. So I went to each of the houses as you were speaking, just to make sure that I can get this, and I am sadly mistaken. Zoe is correct. There are no. There are none. There are no fucking bathrooms. Like, I think I was getting them mixed up with the sheds. For real. That is my bad, and I apologize for that. Because in Breath of the Wild, I remember them not being like as open or as expanded upon as they are in Tears of the Kingdom, you know? I think it was in Breath of the Wild, you couldn't even go inside of them, right? So
it's true.
I think that's
and
where
I know I just walked into one.
Yeah,
that's fair. I had just walked into one like a minute ago, and I was like, oh, there's a space back here. So yeah, that it's. It happens.
Because I could have sworn I saw one here or at the old maid village, but I really think I'm wrong on that one. So I do apologize. Though you're correct. Why is there no bathroom in Hyrule currently? I guess Zonai poop, but Hylians don't. I don't know. Everybody poops but you, I guess. I actually don't know. I don't know. That's a good one. That is a good one. Why don't they have any kind of toilets or something like that? That is a good one.
So let's think back to throughout the series. So I see Mystery the Mysterious had said there's a toilet hand in Majora's Mask.
Correct.
So Majora's Mask Termina, slightly more advanced than Hyrule at the same time. So if you were to compare and contrast, like the way they have moving clocks and gears and things, they have indoor plumbing. They've got all of these things that Hyrule at that same time did not currently possess. But we do also have the toilet hand in one of the Oracle games. I believe it was Oracle of Ages, maybe Seasons.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
But there is one in the Oracle games, which granted happens outside of Hyrule. Still in the same world, but it is a different country. And there's a little outhouse with a hole, and you can drop I think it's a pot or a rock, and then the hand comes out, and they talk to you, they interact with you, similar to what happens in Majora's Mask. But of course, the best one, and I believe it was Rev. Yes, I'm looking at the chat. It's Rev. Fianni is the ghost hand that we meet in Skyward Sword.
Yes.
That has a proper, porcelain throne toilet. And yeah, the people of Skyloft were more advanced than the Hylians who came after. They literally had electric lights, they had indoor plumbing, they had heating, they had all of these different technologies and things that seem more modern, like what we would consider, just the amenities of everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to have them. They weren't necessarily exactly the same as what we have. Some of them are very similar, but they had these quote-unquote modern amenities, which goes to show that the people who lived in the sky were technologically advanced much more than what we've seen in Hyrule throughout most of its history.
Oh, yeah.
So, as for the question, where are the toilets or where do they go to the bathroom? Probably what they did with the medieval period on Earth in Europe. A bedpan,
chamber pot, something like that.
Chamber pot, and you just toss it.
Yeah.
I mean, Hyrule is well known for its pottery.
Oh God. And I'm a pothead. God, I love it. I do want to get to that third one Zoe asked, though. What is it?
The secret club.
Yes. So what is it about the secret club that needs to remain so secret? And Zoe, you are on the nose with that. If I could take a guess, the Gerudo Secret Club is quite literally, as the name puts it, Gerudo. So it's in Gerudo Town, and no men can go there, So what if it's a secret club as in, like, only Gerudo can know about it, like, easily. Like, Gerudo can go in there and know about the password on a pop fly, all that. But let's also say it's not everyday Gerudo, but high-ranking Gerudo. So, like, anybody who's, like, a noble Gerudo, military member, or part of the chief direct, line or something like that. It's like Bellaria and Riju and stuff like that. If you are, by chance, a Vi that comes from outside of Gerudo Town, you can come in. You're a Vi. You can. But you won't be able to know about that code unless you find out somehow. Maybe it's to keep it secret because the wares are so rare and they don't want to run out so easily or something. I don't know. That is a good question, so I do want to know more about that.
I have a theory.
Oh?
Yes. So, what kind of wares do we find in the Gerudo Secret Club?
Oh, we find clothing.
They're clothes, but they're clothes designed for the males, for the Vo. So, I wager that the technique Link uses to get into town he's not the only person who's been doing that.
I saw what you put, Miz.
It's something that's been going on for quite some time. So they're, a particular clientele who are able to get into town, and they cater to that. But also, where are the Gerudo males? There should still be one born every 100 years. Just because they're not seen, or they've been excluded, or what have you, I don't think that they're just killed or that they haven't been born. I think they likely sneak into town to be with their families or be with their people, but they're not always comfortable or always, willing to just wear feminine clothes.
Oh my god, I know where you're going with this.
So the Gerudo Secret Club gives them an option
Yeah.
to get some different clothing that's more suited for their build, for their physiques, and so it gives them an inn to come into town, gives them some place they can kind of hang out for a little bit, lets them try on some clothes that are more suited to their liking. And then they, switch back on feminine clothing, and they leave and go wherever they intend to go. But then they've got something that came from home. They have something that, is a little more unique. And I think that's the main clientele would be regular Vo who are coming in, but also the rare Gerudo male.
And
that it gives them something to aspire to give them a connection back with their people.
And I think something immediately came to mind for me, and I don't know if you noticed, but that might explain the one dude in Kara Bazaar.
Villia?
Yep. The guy who gives you the Vi set.
Mm-hmm.
That might explain his backstory too.
Maybe. Because we know he's definitely gone in and out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Or they. I'm going to say they have gone in. Because I don't... Obviously, they have masculine features, but they dress
that's my bad.
And we don't know how they identify.
Yeah, that's true. That's my bad.
But regardless, I'm going to say they. Villia is an interesting character, and they do teach Link that technique because they give Link the Gerudo Vi outfit, and they give him that sort of edge that he can then use to get into town to investigate the divine beast phenomena and everything that's going on, because how are you supposed to get in if they don't let boys in? They don't let the Vo in.
Right.
So you have to dress the part. You have to play the part. And that was the way to do it.
Let me see here, because I'm trying to catch up with your chat, my chat, and our group chat. Vivian is localized poorly. Oh my god, Vivian. You know what? When you say that, Zoe, when you say Villia is named Vivian, the immediate first thing that comes to mind is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door.
That's true.
Because Vivian is also, I believe, trans in that game.
I distinctly recall that as well, yes.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Spot on, Zoe. Spot on. See, this is what I love about our group, because someone will come up with something really good, someone else will have something else to support that, and someone else will have a missing piece to support the missing piece to support the greater on thing together as a whole. I love this. I fucking love this. I love you guys. Looking at Vivian's dialogue, she is so well-meaning and honestly very adorbs and complimentary. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And if that's the case, especially if their name is Vivian and not Villia, because localization tends to be pretty shoddy at times, and knowing that with Paper Mario, I will correct my statement. I would say Villia is she.
There you go. There we go.
So she is the one who is helping Link.
Oh, and Zoe has supplied.
Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah. I don't know Kana, sadly. So
I can read it though, and yeah, that's Vivian.
Very nice.
That's awesome.
I love this.
I learned something new.
Me too. That's hells yeah. Alrighty, let me open up the floor then, because Zoe gave us some pretty good ones right there.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you, Zoe.
I know Brick posted something here related to the topic. A quote,
if I may,
from,
because Ms. said this earlier. I saw it before Ms. deleted it, but I found it really funny.
Oh no, what was it?
So Ms. said, "Oh my goodness, if there's no toilets in Hyrule, do Hylians poop out rupees?"
Oh my god. And I'm on the YouTube chat here, and I see David Villa. No way to see the chat you guys are reacting to.
So
okay, so I don't have it's our Discord.
Yes,
I don't have it shared.
And it's mainly because a few of our members in this circle aren't very comfortable being on VC right now, so we are reading out what they do put in. We're the voice for them for the time being. So
for the time being,
it's not a public chat. Sadly, I must say that now to everyone who's in the both YouTube and Twitch. I am sorry, but it is not my place to invite anyone to the chat either. But that's why we haven't been able to show you guys anything, because it is us trying to read off what our other family members in our Zelda group are putting. So I do apologize for that. But
what's all good?
Did Brick my back?
Brick posted a quote from
so it's
Tears of the Kingdom Masterworks.
We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube right now, Zoe.
The quote from Masterworks that Brick posted. As for male children other than Ganondorf, and I'm going to just turn my game down here a little bit because I feel like it's super loud again because it's the transformation of the Demon King.
God damn it, Rev!
As for the male children other than Ganondorf, no credible records remain. It is thought that after Ganondorf, the existence of male Gerudo came to be regarded as something dangerous, and that they may no longer have ascended to the throne. But it's unclear whether they were even born at all. Did they cease to be born, or were they treated as though they did not exist? Given the nature of the Gerudo people, the truth remains unknown. So, Brick also added their interpretation, his interpretation, saying, this doesn't say that there might be other male Gerudo, but assuming they didn't just kill them, perhaps the secret club exists so that the male Gerudo can survive the desert outside of town. Which is a humbling thought. Thank you, Brick. And Dan reposted "Learn the Kana." something I said to Brick, or sorry, not Brick. I said to Oaf. A while back.
It's because I had the opportunity to take Japanese class in high school, and I sadly didn't take it. And I could probably, really easily learn it. I just haven't been able to do it yet. But that will definitely change in time, because I'm so tired of seeing something and being like, okay, how do I read this? Let me see what else, because I know that we did miss quite a little bit. Let me scroll down just a bit.
Yeah. Do you have any posts or questions in your Twitch on the Twitch chat?
No. Oh, I got from Mrs. Oaf. I like how Twitch does individual Twitch recaps. Apparently in January I watched 20 hours of 5 minutes of streams. All right, very nice. No, we don't have... Yeah, I know. I know you said 20 minutes ago. No, we don't have any questions on my side.
Okay.
I'm scrolling through our group right now to see if there's more topics that I may have missed, because I was pretty far back in the chat as we were going over Zoe's topics real quick.
And I'm gonna try and read back here, just see if anything was missed on my side.
Okay, I am caught up.
Any questions? No.
And checking on. All right. Okay, so. Floor is still open, so let me throw this one in then for everyone who's in. Everyone who's in here. I'll come up with more bad ideas if need be. All right, you don't come up with bad ideas, but yeah, sure, come on, hit us with your best stuff. Rev, Dan, Brick, Mrs. Oaf, everyone on YouTube and Twitch. How about I hit you guys with an easy one? A pretty just simple, hit the ground running one. What was everyone's first Zelda game? So, everybody already knows LH and I's first Zelda game. That's Ocarina. That's kind of already a given right there. So what is everybody else's first Zelda game? Dan the Man says Breath of the Wild. Mrs. Oaf says Ocarina of Time 3D.
Ocarina of Time 3D.
Very nice. Rev.
Ocarina of Winds.
Ocarina of Winds. A Link to the Past for Brick. That's pretty solid. The Hyrule Fantasy, The Legend of Zelda, the very first one for Zoe.
The OG, the one that turns 40 today. Nice.
Dave says the original Ocarina, like you and me. Very nice.
Very good, very good. The 1998, yeah.
Yep. Oh, God.
Yeah.
So the original one with the OG Fire Temple and Gerudo symbol. Yeah.
Version 1.0.
Damn. Oh, man. Rev says, allow me to explain. Rev, if you feel comfortable, you can definitely pop on the mic. I will say this to anybody who is in our chat: if you are comfortable with being on mic, go ahead and do so, but there is no pressure.
Hey, howdy ho, folks.
This is Rev, aka Rev ADB.
Oh my!
And I think
the man himself has arrived. I know.
Hello, my dude.
Yeah, basically, when I say Ocarina of Winds, I played Ocarina of Time first on the Zelda Collector's Edition, but back then in the edgy era of 2003, I didn't like triangle graphics, so I stopped playing Ocarina of Time and went to the Wind Waker demo and played the heck out of that until we got the real game, and that was the first Zelda I actually beat.
Oh my goodness, I feel
Nice.
you on that. I still have my Collector's Edition.
Jealous. I'm jealous.
I have a copy of the collector's edition here somewhere. I got it at it was a not really, a con. It was like a convention that was going on here. And somebody was selling it for like a decent price. I was like, "Oh my god, I need that."
That's great.
So I got a copy.
the Ocarina collection on GameCube. I think I got mine from GameStop when they were still selling GameCube games. That was years ago.
The GameCubes.
Oh man. I do want to bring something up that I am kind of concerned about.
Oh.
So a good friend of ours, Gabe, aka Gabora, put his link in chat as well. He recently shared that it seems Nintendo has gone ahead and greenlit the Nintendo Wii controls for the Joy-Cons. right?
Oh.
If this is
Ooh.
true, that means we're going to see the extension of Project Dolphin now as the Wii cabinet on NSO. I say Project Dolphin as like both the GameCube and Wii cabinets on NSO, but I know that's not the actual names. But basically, if they're bringing the Wii, cool. We get Wii games. This is gonna be fun. Whatever. What I'm going to be concerned about is, are they going to not give us actual Twilight Princess, aka on the GameCube cabinet, and then just kind of shoehorn in on the Wii? Because I had all three versions. I had the GameCube version, I had the Wii version, and I had the Wii U version.
The GameCube is the original intended version.
Yes.
The Wii version has some. I've played both, and there are some things that I was like, "Oh, okay, well, this is kind of cool." But the fact that everything is mirrored, including the writing.
Oh, Rev and Dan have said that page has been removed as well.
Oh.
The page where it talks about the Wii controls for the Switch, that apparently got taken down.
Oh, so maybe it was posted before it was ready.
Yeah, which, Ganon fan says, "Hey, everyone, happy 40th."
Hey, but you know what? Maybe the Wii Virtual Console comes out and they release Twilight Princess on both.
Yeah, that I feel like might make sense. That honestly makes a lot of sense. Holy crap! Yeah, that could. And you know what?
It came out on both, so like, why not release it on both?
I can only imagine Thousand Year Door is going to be on the GameCube cabinet, which means Super Paper Mario will be on the Wii cabinet, which means I get to play Super Paper Mario again after so fucking long, and I'm going to cry. It's like Super Paper Mario.
I have not played Super Paper Mario. I've played Paper Mario, and I've played Thousand Year Door.
Okay.
Not all the way through because I didn't have a copy. Like I was borrowing one for a little while. But I haven't played Super.
So Super Paper Mario, I like to say that is the last good Paper Mario. Now, I understand people like Origami King, Color Splash, Paper Jam, Sticker Star, like those. I get it. I understand. I'm not hating on you. I just don't like those games. And Super Paper Mario was the first one to take out the turn-based battle system that was in the first two, the RPG aspect, and start doing like in-world kind of battling like you would get in a normal Mario game.
Okay.
But the partners got swapped for pixels, which are like utility partners, but you can also swap by playing as Mario, Peach, Bowser, or Luigi. I just really I don't know how to explain it, but there's like mentionings of the first two games. There's a couple of aspects of the first two games also in that third. Super Paper Mario, yes, was the branching off to what would become current Paper Mario, but Super Paper Mario's battle system wasn't a card or a puzzle system that you had to do mid-battle to try to make sure you hit. That's what I don't like about current Paper Mario. It's too confusing. It's like Super Paper Mario, yeah, sure, they did a platforming battle aspect, fine, but it worked. It just worked. It worked a lot better than what we have now, and what we had before was still kind of there, you know. But I hope that the Wii cabinet is true. But as Brick put, the Wii remote was also mentioned in some 3DS pages. It seems like an overall mistake. That's at least the stand I had. Determinant is made from the depths question from Zoe.
Here's a good one for you.
Oh, and that is.
Let me go ahead and play that on my end to get Zoe's question out there.
Here's a good one for you.
Okay.
When you follow Mature,
should I play it on my end?
Approximately 18 seconds.
Sure.
Because I can't hear it on your end.
Yeah.
Here's a good one for you. When you fall in Majora's Mask, you fall for approximately 18 seconds.
So
At terminal velocity, that's about
okay.
1,000 meters. It's 1,000 meters, probably really close. Since Link fell into a giant tree, would that mean that he's actually falling into the depths and that Termina is actually constructed out of the depths?
Hot damn!
Skull Kid's memories?
Hot fucking damn. Zoe, I love that.
Oh. Okay.
So sorry about that.
I think the best parts were cut out by your.
I'm sorry.
By your goddamn.
I am so sorry about that. If you want to replay that one, I will completely.
Yeah, I'll play it. I'll replay it because that was a really good one. That is a wild thought.
Yeah, and
I wanna say, obviously, not everyone agrees with the interpretation in the Hyrule Encyclopedia that Termina was the dreamlike manifestation. I do think that there's something going on there because there's definitely a lot of weird things in Termina. Like, it's not just a parallel world. There are some very freaky, very dreamlike, nightmare fuel qualities going on. So the fact that it could be is kind of I could see the potential. I could see the possibility. But on top of that, places like the Golden Land, the Sacred Realm, have changed. They can change and transform when people get there and influence it. So if you have control of the Triforce, it affects the rest of that reality. The Triforce is just a massive sum of power, right? So if you have something that's powerful enough, you could probably alter the physical space of a realm or a dimension. And since there is a very weird relationship between the depths and the surface, the depths seem to mirror the surface or vice versa.
Yes.
There could be something going on there for sure. That's wow.
I agree with both of you, with both Zoe and ULH, and I'll give it to you like this. This topic, Zoe, this question in particular, came up on stream, I think it was this week, when we went to the depths. We were talking about, and I think I brought this up to you as well, LH. It may have been the day that you popped into stream.
It sounds familiar, so maybe.
I think it was because of the Korok Grove, and did Calamo and the ancient Koroks possibly come from underground? But you're like, no, Calamo says he comes from Korok Forest above. I'm like, okay. And there was something that I said about, like, the roots and that one depths area underneath the Great Deku Tree, and how that could have been a tree before him, maybe. Like a trunk within a trunk kind of thing, like an old tree at the basis of an old of the current tree. And with how
the fact that you just say that, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but the fact that you say that, that's basically Forest Haven.
Yep. Exactly.
In the Wind Waker.
That is exactly right. You have the Sprout who becomes the GDT of Wind. He's growing within basically the old GDT of Time. And what's nuts about this, and what I love that Zoe points out about this with Termina and the reflectiveness of Hyrule and correspondence of the depths, and what with you putting of the whole same topic, and with the dream world aspect, I agree with all of this. Because I know I've talked with you guys about how the dream world could be like this whole thing that we see with Majora and Link's Awakening and Phantom Hourglass, which conveniently enough, 3 dreamlike instances around, the 3 different splits and all that. But lately, and I know I've talked to you about this, LH, and I know I talked to you about this, Dan, Pokemon ZA's DLC does that whole concept, where they go to the dream world. The dream world is a real thing, because the collective manifestation of everyone's subconscious, Pokemon and people, are then put into this dream world where it's basically like, am I talking to the same person but somewhere else? And you are, because you're talking to their consciousness, all collected together. Which means if you pull a Pokemon from this dream world into the real world, it becomes an actual Pokemon. But the same can be true as the counteract. So if you get lost in the dream world, you now fade from existence being nothing but a memory. In a similar aspect with Termina, the neighboring sea, and even Colint, and with the depths, I'm seeing this, dude. Like, I really don't know how to put it into words other than like, play Pokemon ZA's DLC or find out more about it, because like it's exactly how Zoe's putting, because like how you were putting, LH, like there's some kind of mirror or collective thing going on. Yeah, because it's really weird that most of the inhabitants in Termina, except for a small handful, almost reflect those inhabitants of Hyrule. And then there's like a small handful of people who are just unique to Termina itself. This is amazing.
Yeah.
That's
like it's big brain time.
Yeah. Yeah, Zoe has once again blown my brain away.
I'm looking at my YouTube chat here. David Villa topic. We see the depths in the Interloper cutscene. The Triforce is shown in the depths. The Sacred Realm holds all other realms? Question.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I really like that interpretation, because it may, at the time, it may have just been, the cinematic choice to depict this dark area, and then have the golden light of the Triforce, shining on this little hill. But the depths are dark like that.
They are. They are.
So it could be also, and this is a topic that we've discussed, Oph and I, Zoe in particular. I know Brick has been involved in it. Gabe, Rev. We've all been talking about this very topic, and the topic is the Sacred Realm and the depths. Okay, so the depths, as they exist, mirror the surface, which is something that the Sacred Realm itself, the Dark Realm, the Golden Land, has been said to do in the past, in A Link to the Past, and in other games. That on its own, quite a coinkydink, but there's a lot more involved with it, and the biggest clue, the biggest brain blast is the Temple of Light.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the Temple of Light exist in Ocarina of Time?
Oh, it's in the Sacred Realm there, bud.
Yeah, it exists in the heart of the Sacred Realm.
I am in the very center of the Sacred Realm. The gate of the... Yeah.
And these ruins at the heart of the depths, in the center, right below where Hyrule Castle will come to be, these ruins from the Age of the Gods, they are known as the ruins of the Temple of Light. That is direct from concept art and developer commentary shared in Tears of the Kingdom's Masterworks. They don't call it that outright in the game, which is a frickin' sin.
Yeah. And something else.
But that is what it's called.
It is.
And like that is amazing because the Temple of Light, center of the sacred realm mirrors and reflects the world of Hyrule. What is the depths? It reflects the surface, the land of Hyrule, and it has the Temple of Light. Like,
and one other thing that I think I pointed out to you and Dan back in 2023, when you listen to the Forgotten Foundation theme, and then you speed it up by 2 times, if I remember right, that's the Chamber of the Sages theme from Ocarina of Time. So the ghastly when you do it at 2 times speed, it goes so fast that the background music with the vocals is like, oh, this is the Chamber of Sages of do 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 do, you know?
Yeah, I've got Zoe shared
yes.
I want to share it as I gotta share it as a window. Okay, here we go. Window capture.
This is actually the diagram I was asking about in, I think it was DSP 2 or 3 a while back. The one with the spike and all that. This is exactly the one I was thinking of. Yeah.
Where is it?
It's almost
Castle
like
Underground. Here we go.
It's almost like the castle with the spike is like a sword.
Okay.
Holy crap. Yeah, let me open that up.
Hit cancel. I gotta add it here again.
Where's
'Cause I
Refka?
had it
Did he
open.
die?
Timeline of the Wilds. Castle Underground. Here we go. And Windows. Done. Boom. Okay. So here we have
Yeah.
Here we have. This is from a secret note, which is the like super behind the scenes developer commentary and development notes. They usually include a sketch or a diagram that they were using in their meetings to discuss the topics at hand. And this one here is a translation and a depiction of the Hyrule Castle underground structure. And as we can see here, there are a lot of different notes, a lot of things that are being clarified. But the best part, when you're getting down here into the middle, this highlighted part circled in blue in sort of a teal blue color is Temple of Light ruins, Mummy Ganondorf's storage location. So that's where his body was stored. It's where it stands, right? So that whole section, that mass of ruins is from the Temple of Light. And it just hits. It's just like, oh man, like that is the piece that we need, and it's there. And the Fujibayashi and Aonuma have talked at length multiple times in various interviews and in different comments, like developer commentaries, even in creating a champion, that there are many things left unsaid. There are things that they do, that they discussed at length, that they talked about in development, that they don't outright say in dialogue or in something in the game. They have it as an environmental storytelling.
Exactly. And
which makes the world feel more alive.
yes.
But I wish we would have gotten that title, even just like a slight little drop somewhere in dialogue. Like maybe Zelda questions it on the way down, or maybe Pura is like, I remember hearing something about like these ruins that were said to be under the castle, and I thought they were related to light, and then I've been like, oh my god, like a temple light.
And as much as the Temple of Light Forgotten Foundation is destroyed in the current day, there are some amazing people in the field like Zoe and other friends of ours like Zoe that have tried to construct it back together the best we can. And it's something that I am completely blown away and I love, because it makes me realize, okay, I haven't been seeing the full picture, right? And seeing this graphic, which I've now think I've seen twice in my life, it's making me realize when Rauru and Ocarina of Time said, you know, the Temple of Time is the gateway to the Sacred Route, blah, blah, blah. We already know that Temple of Time in Castletown was not the original. We know that was a new one that was built. What's funny to me is, and again, shout out to our good friend the Dream Shrine Zoe here. Zoe has put together, and I don't know if I actually should say this or not. Zoe is,
if it's super secret, we should keep it secret. Let Zoe say something. What is
I don't know if I want to put it together, because Zoe's been working on something as of lately, and it goes like hand in hand with this topic right now, and basically something that Rauru said in Ocarina of Time might stand true, because it wasn't, oh god, how do I say this? Basically, our good friend here, Zoe the Dreamshine, has put something together. I would love to explain more, but I would love her to explain it instead, because I am very poor at trying to put it together. But when Rauru said that the Temple of Time and the Air of Time is connected to the Temple of Light via a door, I think that was literal. Because if the Gothic Temple of Time in the Air of Time was built very close to the castle, it could have had some kind of access to the underground tunnel system that's underneath Castletown, their sewer system, emergency shelter, whatever the hell you want to call it, and that runs directly into the castle's basement. So what if when Ganondorf invaded the Sacred Realm, he was literally taking some access from the Temple of Time in Castletown underground to the Temple of Light that way?
So instead of a metaphysical gateway,
yeah,
there could have been like a physical doorway that maybe opens when you lift the Master Sword. Like, okay, the pedestal maybe shifts, or something opens on the wall, and then there's an access point. We don't see it because Link, gets the flash of light and then he blacks out. But like, maybe there was something there. I don't know. That's an interesting point, because things like that are always open to interpretation.
Yes, and because of how large that emergency tunnel and shelter system really was under Castletown, we also have to take the retrospect of how large the Temple of Light and then, you know, the lead up to that was. So Gloom's approach is pretty freaking big, but it seems like
Yeah, it is.
But it seems like the temple design work, the bricks and stuff, appear early in Gloom's approach, meaning you kind of just float down into some kind of dungeon immediately. So how large was the fucking Temple of Light, essentially? Was it like that entire cave system? Was it like more than half of that depth system? It's like, what is it? Now, I did get green light by Zoe that I can talk about this, so I don't stumble anymore. Zoe, our good friend, the Dream Shrine here, is making a map of Castletown. So that's where I needed to get the okay, because it's currently being worked on. This map of Castletown is fucking amazing.
It's huge.
It's fucking huge. Like, what was this? Zoe, you correct me if I'm wrong, but this idea started because we were talking about the old Hyrule Cathedral in Castletown, thinking it was like the Gothic Temple of Time from the Era of Time, but then you come to find out, holy crap, it's not there, but it's a little bit closer to the gate. And I'm like, what? And you're like, this. And I'm like, oh no! And then because of the location of where the Temple of Time in the Era of Time would be relative to current day Castletown, if we were to put those two over each other, that's where I'm stumbling to try to say there may have been a secret access into the emergency shelter to the castle's basement to the Temple of Light.
I just reading the chat here, and I see David Villa asked, "Did y'all remove my topic idea?"
No.
No. We were chit-chatting about it.
Yeah.
We also just included some of the what we should say related topics. So we were talking about the Sacred Realm, the Golden Land, the Depths being like pretty much an awesome shoe-in for it. Like the fact that it reflects the surface. I also see that you asked or said TOTK Depth's current state is the default state, a simple negative. It's yet to be shifted again. That I had not seen, and I like that. So it makes sense that something like a mirror world, a place that is able to shift and change, would have a default. It would have a baseline so that it can shift from there and change and grow, and then when it's not being immediately affected, it has something to go back to. I like that. I really like that idea.
I do too. I do want to clear one thing though. For the longest of times, until recently, I was in the field that I thought the Sacred Realm was shown in Tears of the Kingdom, but I didn't think it was the Depths. I personally believed that when you pull the Master Sword in Tears of the Kingdom, and it's very unique, I will say this. In Tears of the Kingdom, when you pull the Master Sword off of your girlfriend's skull, imagine with me for a moment, and there's a couple of people on YouTube who have captured this. You could be in a very snowy area, you could be in a rainy area, it could be like cloudy, whatever have you. Imagine that there's an adverse weather effect happening. You pull the Master Sword, Zelda takes you above the cloud barrier to this golden horizon. Nothing but golden clouds, golden skies, and a golden light right off to the side of the right screen that you can't see. And when I played Tears of the Kingdom for the first time 2023 on launch, I was like, this is the Sacred Realm. What I'm seeing off camera isn't the sun. That's the Triforce off camera. And over time, I come to realize that's some hopeful, like, real big copium, but that's not the Sacred Realm. I thought it was. The Depths being the Sacred Realm, it took me some time to understand that, but I am getting to believing that more and more as I go through this third run of Tears of the Kingdom, honestly. And I originally thought, the Depths were this giant underground, like Skyrim's Blackreach, the giant underground in that. Or it was similar to Oracle of Seasons underground, Subrosia. But then it's making me think, well, if the Sacred Realm is underground in Hyrule, and this is like the Sacred Realm, what would Subrosia be for Holodrum? You know? Like, would Subrosia be their own Sacred Realm, or is that the Sacred Realm but now in Holodrum? Like, is the Sacred Realm
it's
global?
the Holodrum. It's the
yeah.
That's an interesting point.
But then you have the whole thing of the and I love how I made this fucking short. The Pyresians, that I can now say it, unlike 2 years ago where I'm like pirate. That's the American fucking education system failing me. Holy shit.
Pyrations.
Yeah, that one. Pyrations. It's like half of their ship is on the surface, but half of their ship is underground. And, you know, if Subrosia is the Sacred Realm in Holodrum, as in, like, maybe the Sacred Realm is a global aspect like Earth, and reflects everywhere, that could fit. Because not only do we get the Subrosians under there that are all mysterious and shit, but the pirate crew are kind of dead, so why not?
There's a lot of mysteries. There's a lot of things involved in that. That is an interesting point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got
Rev.
another question from David Villa too.
Oh, yes.
So we'll do Rev and then we'll do David Villa.
Yes. Rev says, Oaf. What if it is the Triforce portion of Sacred Realm, and it is the light that bleeding through those sites of sacred power? Oh. Okay, let me read this again.
That's an interesting point.
What if it is the Triforce portion of Sacred Realm, and it is the light that's bleeding through those sites of sacred powers from there?
The sites of sacred power are all throughout the depths, right?
Yeah.
That's where we go. That's where we go in Age of Imprisonment. There are various sites. Minoru says that they're like innumerable. They're right all over the place, all over the depths. And they are places where sacred power,
Holy crap.
like the light power that Rauru and Zelda use, is amplified, right? It's like their secret stones, but doubled. everything is more powerful. The cooldowns and all that are like halved. Everything is like being fed by this energy. The Temple of Light is said to be the most powerful site. That area directly under Hyrule Field, where they go to fight the Demon King Ganondorf, is said to be the most powerful of these sacred sites. So that's an interesting point, because if those sacred sites are getting their power from something or from somewhere, maybe that's what that golden light
Yeah.
is. That space could be a liminal space that happens to have these openings in the depths, but also Link was able to access it in the sky when he was pulling on the Master Sword, right? Because he's pulling on the sword, and then all of a sudden there's this glow, and then bam, he's in this other place.
Yeah, holy shit.
Now I'll go to David Villa, and I see Zoe has something she posted there. So
yeah, holy crap,
David.
nice one, Rev.
David says, "So sorry, I must have deleted the suggestion for another topic about Ocarina of Time Castle being Rauru's settlement ruins and the nearby area."
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
So Ocarina of Time Castle and Castle Town, I would assume, because they kind of go hand in hand.
Okay.
Interesting. So what would you think? What would you say to that, Oaf?
Well, with what Zoe has made and overlaying like the Ocarina Castle Town with current modern day Castle Town, I could see Rauru Settlement Ruins being well, the first thing that came to mind, and I know I'm wrong, but the first thing that came to mind was the Hidden Village. I don't know why that came to mind, but that's the first
Like
thing.
the one from Twilight Princess?
Yeah, for some freaking reason, that's the first thing that came to mind, that Rauru Settlement could be the Hidden Village. But for me, oh god, like in an Ocarina aspect, I guess it could technically be off map in this regard, but Rauru Settlement, like, yeah, I'd say Hidden Village from Twilight, maybe in a Link to the Past aspect, Witch's Hut area? No, not even. No, Rauru Settlement would be where the, what is it? The Sanctuary, the church.
The Sanctuary,
yeah,
the church?
that's where the church is.
North of the castle,
Yeah.
I could see that. Zoe actually posted something related, so it's her Castletown observation. So I'll play it on my end here,
and I'll play it on my end,
and we'll go from
I
there.
discovered a
So
couple of
let me just
interesting
pull this up here.
Yep.
And 3, 2, 1,
go.
So I discovered a couple
Go.
of interesting things about this, actually. At a one-time scale for both Ocarina of Time and Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild's maps of Castletown, the Thelm area actually is scaled almost the same as the market from Ocarina of Time. And there's like a trough around the market area that looks very man-made, and it doesn't look like the other exposed rock and stuff that's there. And one of the things that I've drawn from that is possibility that it is the old moat and the part of the old wall system from Ocarina of Time, which would have needed to be a little bit further south than it is by the point in the end of time.
Yep. Yeah.
So, that's excellent observations as always.
And you know what's funny about that? It works so well with not only would that line up with what we see with the Era of the Wild / Tears, exactly what Zoe said with the walls and that man-made trough, but something else kind of sticks, like, really well put with me at that point. But the Era of Twilight itself, like, to my knowledge, the capital shifted a bit north to where it originally was in the Era of Time, and they moved the capital just a little bit north, not too far. If that's true with Twilight, I mean, like, Zoe's nailing it on the head, and the visual she's provided is really just... Wow. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Oh, wow. I'm having a brain blast right now. Holy crap, Zoe. Oh,
Now,
my.
actually, that reminds me of something else I had brought up in discussion, I think, a little while ago.
Zoe said I could
What?
share the screenshots, but I need to find them
Oh.
real quick. Please do continue, LH. I'm going to try to find these.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is there is, if you've played Tears of the Kingdom, there is a plaque under the castle. Okay, It talks about how the castle was built and for what purpose, and it talks about the fact that it is the source of peace and prosperity for the Kingdom of Hyrule, because it is helping to contain the Demon King, sealed by their first mighty ruler.
Mm-hmm.
A quote that I completely overlooked, but is brought up in Twilight Princess. Oru, the old man, he says something to the effect of, he asks Link, like, have you seen the sorry state of Hyrule Castle? If something isn't done, our source of peace might not be recovered.
Mm-hmm.
Source of peace. And he asked about the state of Hyrule Castle. Hyrule Castle is the source of peace, meaning that at that point, it is very likely, in fact, like 99.9% likely, that the Demon King is already buried under the castle.
Yep.
The castle is the source of peace. It is the source of prosperity. And it being in such a state is causing unease, because if something isn't done, then that source of peace might not be recovered.
Exactly.
And I just absolutely lost my mind the other night when I found that, because I was like, I can't believe that I missed that. So I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom as we're speaking now, and I'm going to the castle because I want to bring up the quote from the actual stone plaque.
Yeah.
And then you can share the images or whatever you want.
Yeah. I will do this.
Your input.
So I love that you say all this, because it also makes me think that, other than Tears of the Kingdom, do we see in another Zelda game Hyrule Castle and its entire foundation rumble or collapse or just kind of get shifted? And Ocarina doesn't count because we don't see it happen, but we do see it happen in a different Zelda game. That's Twilight Princess.
Yes, that is true.
During the final battle against one of Ganondorf's perceivable Boojins, he literally crumbles the castle. I have Zoe's.
True.
We technically don't actually see it in Twilight Princess. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Crap.
We see a blast, and then there's dust, and then at the end of the game, it's fine.
Yeah, that's true. I have on my screen 3 screenshots from Zoe's entire castle town.
Can you share them with me too, so I could post them?
Yes, they are in.
So our friends on YouTube,
they're in the chat here. They're in the chat with you, me, and Dan, and Zoe, and Rev, and Brick.
Oh, wait.
I just shared the third one that I
Ah!
put. So, Zoe, I know that you're not able to do mic today, and that's fine. Would you mind helping me, though, walk through this? Because I have one... The 3 that we have in this shared chat are the 3 that I have on my side via upscreen that LH will have up here in a moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna have it in a second.
What I was talking about earlier holy crap, is this first one that I have here is Castletown being rebuilt by Zoe. And overlaid right about here-ish is the Ocarina of Time Castletown, with the Temple of Time being right about here. That's why this whole thing happened, because I was thinking about this picture, and if the Temple of Time's here, that's very close to that entire underground system. Right here in particular in Castletown, and I'll open it up on my side, I do believe that just north of the Kyononis Shrine in Castletown, at that fork in the road, just to the left of it, and then just
I know
above
where
that,
you're talking.
just above that fork
Right here.
in those trees, probably would be where the Temple of Time of Era of Time would be. Either that or where that fucking shrine is itself. And
Yeah, because if this is the center,
yeah, and combat
then, yeah, it
training,
would
that's
be
just
right
too
about
on the
there.
nose with that. So with the emergency shelter underneath, if it spans directly underneath that shrine, then what Zoe has for us here that I have on the screen, and again, please go check out the Dream Shrine. This here would mean that when Rauru said in the Era of Time that the Temple of Time is connected to the Temple of Light, it's only that one in that era. Which means in Twilight Princess, that one could very well be the same one from Ocarina of Time, but neither one of them are the OG one that is now in the sky, and neither one of them is the one on the Great Plateau. Oh, Zoe says no. Oh, whoa. Oh no. Oh no. Where did I stumble? Oh no. Oh no. I got it mixed up. Unrelated. Oh, okay.
Unrelated.
Accidental typo. Oh, I'm sorry. But what Zoe has shared is this. It is a rebuilt Hyrule town, Hyrule Castle town.
Yes.
That also spans to here from a different perspective, from a different view. And if I remember right, Zoe, you said this all revolved around the fountain that's in the middle of Castletown in Ocarina of Time.
That is it. It's the fountain.
That fountain also reminds me of the fountain from Twilight, but it's not the same because the one in Twilight's way bigger. But that's what's nuts. And let me record something else real quick. Oh, no worries, though. No worries. You do what you got to do. Basically, when we were talking about, the Temple of Light, the Temple of Time, and all that, I do believe that Rauru of the Era of Time was saying that the Temple of Time of this era, of the Era of Time, is connected to the Temple of Light because we have this other picture that Zoe shared, and it's that entire diagram that goes from Hyrule Castle to the Temple of Light. If this is possible that the underground shelter ran to the castle's basement, the basement ran to the Temple of Light, then you could technically go from the Temple of Time in Castletown, take that underground passage, and then end up underground to the Temple of Light. That's what was going through my brain because I was looking at these pictures. I'm like, oh my god. And then you're talking about the Temple of Light passage that Zoe shared. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, that's a duplicate. I want a duplicate.
Oh no.
I'm trying to post on our YouTube side the maps, the models that Zoe posted while we were chit-chatting. So I've got one up of kind of like the aerial overview of the town from like an isometric angle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to add is it render 6? No, that's the same one. Render it's so weird. Oh, it's screenshot. Its name is Screenshot.
Oh, gotcha.
And at the other. same one. Hope it's not the same one. There. Perfect. Okay. So, here's a nice aerial view of Castletown from both. And if it's the window itself, I should be able to zoom in. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so here we could see the overlay that Zoe's done. You could see where the Temple of Time should be in Ocarina of Time. You see where the fountain is. You see the market stalls and those buildings. And this sort of groove, the area which would have been the original Castletown walls, follows the curvature of this lowest portion around the central square.
Yep.
So, looking at it from that perspective, it really seems like that is the same Castletown, and then they have expanded
Yep.
over the generations, right? You've gone outward past that original site, and now you've added new roads, and you've added new new buildings. And it all fits within that area quite well.
Mm-hmm.
The other is this is the fountain. So Zoe took the fountain as it is in Ocarina of Time 3D and took the center of the fountain in Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Scaled them basically to their 1-to-1 scale, and they fit perfectly.
So good. So freaking perfect, dude. And then we do have one last one, and that's the one that I provided. Which is another aerial view. It's more of a 3D rendering of what it looks like. It's that one.
Yeah.
That one also gives another perspective of how this could go, and I do see it. I really do.
It is fantastic, the work that Zoe's been doing. She's painstakingly rebuilding and remodeling Castletown based on the ruins that are there in the present day, and taking the models that we know should exist based on scenes, the little cut scenes that we've seen, say in the Champions Ballad and whatnot, that show the town, but also, as I understand it, bits and pieces because they reused them for Age of Calamity. So she's been taking all of these different models, these textures, the ruins, and the outlines of these areas as they existed, and rebuilding it from scratch. And it's unreal.
Oh yeah. And speaking of our wonderful friend Zoe here, she has provided a new voice memo for us to check out real quick.
Yes, okay. So it's 1 minute 11 seconds. We'll do a countdown again so we don't overlap each
and
other.
Before I do,
Okay,
no worries, Zoe. I stumble all the time, so I completely get you. Ain't no worries at all. You're all good.
Yeah, you're good.
This should help
All right.
clarify Hyrule Town and Castletown. 3, 3,
Two.
1, go.
So one of the things that I discovered today while doing a site-to-site location name comparison using Japanese names to match is that in the Mensch Cap, of course, below or south of the castle, you have Hyrule Town. And then you don't really see that terminology Hyrule Town being used again in any other game. And that's because it was localized differently in the past. In Ocarina of Time, Castle Town is known two ways, as Castle Town, but also as Hyrule Town. If you translate some of the dialogue when you first get to the market, someone says to you, actually, like, "Hey kid, welcome to Hyrule Town. There's lots of sights to see," or something to that effect. John Melody's talking about because you can't really see much of anything when you visit that place overall. But anyway, at that point, Castle Town and Hyrule Town start becoming synonymous in the games, and then in Echoes of Wisdom, it's actually using Castle Town and Hyrule Castle Town, and then in Era of the Wilds, it starts using Hyrule Castle Town in Japanese, but it's only localized as Castle Town. Where this is a giant contrast to Twilight Princess, is that Twilight Princess never actually calls it Hyrule Town, Hyrule Castle Town. It is just known as Castle Town only in the Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Very interesting.
I love this because I most commonly call Hyrule Castle Town, Hyrule Town, Castle Town, whatever. I always just bunch them together and call them Castle Town. But Zoa's hit it on the head. It is up to the local translations, ultimately, right? And I there's something else with Minish Cap when it comes to Castletown, right? You know that North Field area?
Mm-hmm. There's that shorter field between the town and the castle itself, yeah.
Yeah. Go back to what Zoe said earlier about that trough and the moat.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have this whole thing with the naming of Castletown being interchangeable. And then there's localization mix-ups. And I'm just thinking that northern, field area before you get into the castle grounds, but you leave town, and Wind Waker could definitely turn into this big-ass trough in the Era of Time, as Zoe has shown. And I just... TLDR, the Minish Cap, Hyrule Town equals Ocarina of Time, Castle Town equals Echoes of Wisdom, Castle Town equals Era of the Wilds, Castle Town. Yes! Yeah,
Yes.
That is a better way than me trying to do my humbly bumbly ass Ophi kind of way of trying to understand things, because
Humble Bumble.
I'm just a wee bit slow. I'm just a wee bit, just a little bit, just a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
also I made it to the plaque.
Oh, you did?
The plaque under the castle.
Let's hear it, my dude.
Deep beneath this land, our mighty first ruler imprisoned the Demon King. To ensure the king's magic would hold, we erected a castle here to protect this sacred site. Without the castle in place, the site may be disturbed, allowing the Demon King's hatred and rage to be revived. The preservation of this castle is therefore tied to the prosperity of the kingdom. May it watch over an eternal peace. So, the source of peace, the castle is the source of peace and prosperity, and it is only such because it was built over the imprisoning chamber to protect that site. Meaning the Demon King is already below the castle in Twilight Princess.
Yep.
And if that castle is the same castle, not the town could have changed, like you said, and like Zoe was saying, that's it. One of the instances where it's only known as Castletown. The castle, if it is the same one, it's in the heart of Hyrule.
Mm-hmm.
The imprisoning chamber is already below it. The Demon King is below it, which means that the imprisoning war and the events of Hyrule's founding and Hyrule Warriors' Age of Imprisonment and the Dragon's Tears from Tears of the Kingdom have already taken place.
Oh yeah.
That is ancient history, which means that it is true founding.
Hands down. Hands down. I love how we went from
David Villa. Wait. David Villa says, wait, repeat that slowly for the YouTube chat. Which part?
Oh man. Chicken Guy 5, the hater of anime. Hello, sir. Oh, hello to you. What an interesting name.
Oh yes, Chicken Guy. Hello. Chicken Guy 5, the hater of anime, has been making a lot of fun and interesting comments, ones that make me really think. Been a really cool guy. He's been he's been lurking. He's been commenting on some of my stuff recently. I don't know them very well, but they do seem like a pretty chill guy. So thank you, and hello, sir. Hello to you. David Villa says the castle lineage. So Zoe's post, the TLDR.
If I may, Mrs. Oaf has just said on my end, Mama Oaf just went through her first blood moon, and as you and as the family here knows, Mama Oaf, and this is for everyone out there, Mama Oaf has tried to play Breath of the Wild at least 2 prior times and never got out of the Shrine of Resurrection. This is her 3rd time, and it is her furthest, to a point of she got off the Great Plateau and she's making it to Kakariko, and she's now witnessed her first blood moon.
Lovely.
I am very, very, very proud of the progress. Granted, there is the occasional, you cocksucking son of a bitch, don't shoot my ass again. Fuck you, bokoblin piece of shit. Like, it's truly wonderful because my mom has told me she's only played Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Ocarina, and Majora, right? Those are the only 4 she's played. And I love this.
Mouth like a sailor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, she was going to be one, but that's a different story. It's the thing of like I love watching it because like it takes me back to 2017 when I first played Breath of the Wild on Wii U, and probably most of us. How many of us? I want to see it if we can get some kind of number, but how many of us died within our first 30 minutes? How many of us were swearing up a blue streak within our first 24 hours of Breath of the Wild? It was our first ever open world-esque, Zelda game, right? So how many of us had
I
the
did die many times.
Exactly. As my stepdad's been saying as Papa Oaf's been saying to Mama Oaf, you're not bad. It just takes time. You just got, like anything, it just takes practice. You just got to build up, I bet this one here wasn't good at it. I'm like, no. When I played Tears of the Kingdom, back in 2023, I was dying every way because I thought it was Breath of the Wild enhanced. It's not. It's a different beast. When I played Breath of the Wild for the first time in 2017, let me tell you, I was not comfortable going around the entire world until like 6 months in. I was not good. And now I'm just beating up Lionels for fun. So, Zoe says, tell Mama Oaf that the blood moon is not unlike the other 28-day cycle we deal with.
Oh my
God. Oh, man. Zoe, I gotta give it to you on that one. That's very fucking clever. And yeah, very nice. Very nice. Let's see. What else did Zoe say? I bet she hated Adventure Link so bad that she skipped A Link to the Past. I love just watching the exploration of the Forgotten Foundation. I'm a clever girl sometimes. No, you're pretty clever all the time. I ain't gonna lie. Just like how Rev is, and LH and Dan and Brick. And yeah. Mrs. Oaf says, Mama Oaf just talked to Impa as we speak. Oh, very nice. Very nice. The history of the royal family is also the history of Calamity Ganon. And back in 2017, we didn't understand that. Now we do. So, the history of the royal family is the history of Calamity Ganon. How do we know this? Well,
the Calamity,
yes.
Ganon.
the Calamity is this giant, calamitous, no pun intended, malicious form of malice and gloom, whatever you want to call it. Gloom Alice. Who's Alice? Why are we gluing her? Anyway,
it's the hatred and rage of the Demon King. The hatred and malice.
It's when such strong negative emotion becomes physical in a representation like that, you know? So, okay, where I was going with this, I just derailed myself for a moment. I'm sorry. Wow. Why am I not remembering? No! Yes, okay, so the history of Calamity Ganon is the history of the royal family. So, let's just go with this. Where does Calamity Ganon come from? Comes from the malice, comes from the gloom. Where does that come from? It's seeping out of Ganondorf, who is, sealed underground. Okay, cool. So Calamity Ganon comes from Ganondorf. Yes. But that's not fucking it. So, how old is Ganondorf? Oh, he is unfathomably old. So old that your mind would explode. He's like millennia upon millennia upon millennia upon, he's like a time lord at this point. Oh, okay, so he's really fucking old. Yeah, he's really fucking old. So how fucking old is he? Well, he's so fucking old.
10,000 years. 10,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye.
Exactly. And that's what's fucking nuts, because there was the first royal family, and then he killed the queen. And then the malice took over, and that's the birth of the Calamity, because of the royal family. He killed a member of the royal family, one of the two head members of the royal family, and that's the birth of the Demon King. Boom.
Yep.
What did I miss over here? Jesus Christ, Rev. So he says, as soon as Impa said that, I was like, oh no, this is the downfall timeline that the community beat me mercilessly. I feel you on that. I am sorry to hear about that. So,
my immediate thought was downfall timeline, and then I shifted over to child timeline, and now I am back firmly on downfall timeline. That is like the original. It is the true timeline of Hyrule's history. Everything else, as fun as they are to play, are just the stories that we tell along the way.
It's the friends we made along the way. Yeah, I'm still technically in the converged camp still. I know that I'm really hard to budge with that, but in one way or another, the converged camp is there. But if I was to pick one of the lines, though, I was originally child timeline with you, and then you started convincing me with downfall. I'm like, well, here we go again, and now here I am.
Here we go.
It's starting to feel a bit like child timeline and adult timeline happened because Zelda was trying to prevent Link's death. Huh. In Ocarina? Interesting. Rev says, the community has so much hate for the downfall timeline, and it's the only real Zelda timeline, to be honest.
It's the OG. It's where the first games ever even took place.
Yeah, it is. That 40 years ago.
And if it wasn't for the way they ended Ocarina of Time, that would have just been the timeline. That would have been the entire. It would have just been that story arc. That storyline would just be what it was.
God dang. This entire 40 years of Zelda is just absolutely nuts. It's like... And we still got more to go. Still got more to go. So...
I say, not today, Satan.
Not today, Satan. I say.
No, the real Satan is the one that's down there. I don't like these things.
Damn it, Bobby. What have I told you about raising the Antichrist? Blah! You know, me and Miss Piggy went down there and kind of saw some kind of dried up prune-looking motherfucker. And so, anyway. Dave says...
Where do these stairs go?
Those stairs? Oh, well, into death?
I mean, down there, yes. Oh, they saw me. Motherfucker. Me no likey.
I don't like, no. Oh, my goodness.
I must have been through here, because it looks like it's been blasted.
Yeah.
So anyway, there it was. It started blasting.
Record scratch. So you might be wondering how I got into this situation.
Where are these? What is this?
Zoe,
what is this? On the map, what is this? What is...
Rock. Oh, wait. Open the map? I know, you weren't expecting that.
What is this?
With the map...
Apparently I've been through there before.
With the
or
map
maybe
open,
underneath it. I don't know.
Are you underneath the moat?
No.
No?
No. I'm underneath, I'm in the depths. I'm in the Forgotten Foundation.
Right, but surface-wise.
I'm under the observation room, and this spot here is specifically part of this chunk.
Ah. Okay.
But it's got structures, and I'm just like, what is this?
That's what I've been wanting to know.
Like, obviously there's a big thing over here. This is the massive stairwell.
Uh-huh.
And those are the there's a couple of storage units on the way down.
Yeah, I've been wanting to know that.
And then there's this massive hallway, but what the hell is this?
What the hell is Zoe says, you know the diagram with the spiral passage, the secret note diagram? Part of that hallway has that spiral. There's a collapsed hallway in that area, too. Yes, because I remember trying to avoid a couple of things, and I got myself in this weird niche fucking hallway kind of situation where it's like collapsed rock and some stone, and then there's a collapsed amount of bricks that'll fall and all. I know exactly what you're talking about, Zoe. Holy shit.
And that's the way down to Gloom's origin. But where is this? It's not that. That's part of this. Where's this? Where is this? I'm gonna try and cross and hopefully not die.
Let's... Brick said, did I hear bricks? And Zoe said he laid it out pretty clearly.
Oh!
Ah, funny joke.
Oh, I'm on. Oh, funny joke.
Zoe says that she's pulling up the 3D diagram now. Very good. Thank you, Zoe.
There's a note. There's a diagram.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, your diagram. Yes.
Oh.
All right. So here's the massive stairwell.
Blue
obviously,
hams.
pretty massive. Look at how massive this thing is. And then here's the storage facilities.
Fucking massive, mate.
You can see on You could see on the map, they are the little squares there on either side. Yes, yes. I want... Give me the things. Do I have no room? Yeah, I have no room. Okay. Also, why do you need wings?
Who?
Why are there wings
Down
in
there?
the depths?
Down
here specifically. Yes.
No, that's actually very fucking concerning. Like, because that hallway's way too fucking tight to use a wing. And
Yeah.
even if you're blasting and mining, you wouldn't want to use a wing. Even if you're making this tunnel, you wouldn't want to use a wing. Why is there a wing down there?
Oh!
Why is there a wing down there? Oh, Zoe pulled up the 3D model.
Oh, let's see the model.
Thank you, Zoe. I will pull it up on my screen
You-
too there, bud.
you is here. Okay.
I like
But
the
I
cut of
want to
your
get-
jib. Funny words,
Oh.
Magic Man. Oh!
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If I understand this right, it's above me. The space that I'm looking for, that square space
Yep.
with structures, is above.
Yep.
Okay.
To my knowledge, too, of reading the map in Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, the lighter something is, like either whiter or lighter brown or something, or a lighter gray,
Yeah.
that means it's higher up, but the darker the color is, that means
Yeah,
it's
but
lower
this
down.
but this area is all just one frickin' color. It's saying that it's on the same level as the path down to the Demon King, because that's what this is.
Well,
So that's why I was confused. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? What is this?
well... yeah, I guess. I'm a not too smart at times. I'm a more like there. Zoe also sent
Oh,
two
God.
more. When you
Oh,
enter the
oh.
room with the Lionel from yes,
What?
yes, that is yes. It's the sideline. Yes. Yeah, fuck yes. That's the room that I. Yes, Zoe has the actual model for it instead of me trying to terribly explain this one, because there's like this fucking brick wall that's in this like collapsed goddamn rock, and like it's right next to the Lionel of fuck, and yes, thank you, Zoe.
The Lionel of fuck? Is that
Hello,
what
I'm
you
the
just-
Lionel of fuck. God. The Lionel of fuck. Oh my god. Oh shit, I made maps of the place with the layers. Oh shit. Let's go, Zoe. And Oaf said brick again.
Oaf said brick?
Yeah,
Say brick.
the brick walls and stuff, you know, all in all, you know, they're brick in the
Ah.
wall. Anyway.
Oh, yes. All in all, it's just another brick in the wall. Yes.
But yes, this is exactly where I was thinking of, so thank you. See, we can't do it without you.
Oh, I'm on the edge of...
You on the edge of fuck?
I'm on...
To anybody out there listening, watching live now or on the VODs later on, please do know that when it comes to the plethora of podcasts out there on Earth and the very small amount of Zelda casts, LH and I are probably the most unfiltered when it comes to Zelda podcasts. Just probably stating that, even though it's probably already obvious. And then Zoe shared another picture which will help.
Obvious is obvious.
The Lionel
Obvious
room
is
is
obvious.
here where you take the left. Yes. If I remember right, Zoe, isn't that also part of that mining hallway that you gotta waste like either a ton of hammers or a ton of like explosives, and you could either A, take the open pathway to get to Gloom, like to the Forgotten Foundation approach stairway, or when you're right there at the entrance of the Forgotten Foundation stairway, there is that, you know, unbreakable rock area that loops around. How do I explain that? I know the exact area where you're freaking talking about, but I don't know how to describe it. I'm not the best with words. Basically, if you're willing to fight the Lionel, you could skip like 45 minutes of hell. Oh yeah. No, Zoe is right. Zoe is absolutely right there, guys. 100%.
Okay, so here is not the stairway. I'm at the top of the stairway here. This is the hallway. Oh! The floor decided to fall out from under my ass.
Uh-oh.
And I'm getting hit. Getting hit.
Climbing back up the
With the
eastern
cold.
side collapsed stairway. The stairwell is torture. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Guess what? Bam.
Chicken butt.
Guess what?
Chicken butt.
Bam. Guess what? Bam.
Are you Emerald, the chef from like the early 2000s? Bam. You know. What is he even doing these days?
Bam. I don't know.
A little bit of this. Bam.
Just saying bam.
Climbing, I use ascend and recall to get up there. Am I misunderstanding where we are? I kind of use recall and ascend too.
Recall and ascend, eh?
Resend a call.
Oh, David Villa says, bam, he's got a new show.
Wait, what? Really? Emerald has a new show? No freaking way. There's no way.
There is a way. If Anne hath a will, Anne hath a way.
Oh my god, what? No way. No. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Wait.
Okay, so there's another set of stairs. And I'm making my way downtown, walking fast. Okay. Oh. Okay, so there's a little thing over here. Looks like it breaks through a wall. The fact that this wall is in the rock.
Emerald Lagasse actually has 2 shows right now on Roku. What the fuck? It's 2026 and it's Zoe says
Oaf.
what?
Zoe.
What?
Zophie.
Sophie.
Huh?
Zophie.
Zophie.
Whoa.
Trying to get both of your attention.
Yes, hello, I am here.
You see the rock wall, right? See the rock around me?
I see the rock, Robert.
You see how the brick goes into the rock?
He said the word.
You see how this wall
Yep.
is broken?
Yep.
But is in the rock?
Yep.
How much of this building, how much of this structure is just buried in sediment and like cemented over in rock that we're not able to see?
That's the fucking way to go there, bud.
It probably is like all of this. Like this whole dark area is probably just fucking structure.
Zoe wants you to take screenshots if possible to share for later.
Or can you take screenshots?
But that that's the same mindset I've had since the game came out. When I saw this shit, I'm like, okay, wait a second. How much of this fucking structure is down here? How large does it fucking expand? Like, I had the same mindset with like the Yiga hideout and how like Age of Calamity expanded that. But that right there, Zoe, LH, same fucking mindset, right fucking there. How big is this fucking structure?
It's
like,
huge.
Like how many?
Look, just this hallway. Look at how wide.
I can name a third
and
example.
Massive it is.
I can name a third example, and Tears of the Kingdom really fucked it up. Fucking Akala Citadel. Tears of the Kingdom, they made it like one small I'm sorry, one small, really dank, crap-ass cave that sucked. It had like, what, 5 Horriblins in it and a Gleeok on the roof. That sucks. If this is supposed to be the ancient citadel, the fortress to the east, the whole like second capital in case the fucking main one fall, whatever, it should be fucking ornate. It shouldn't be one fucking room. It's like, so we got the Citadel, we've got that, we've got the Temple of Light, we've got the Yiga Clan hideout, how many of these structures keep expanding? Arbiter's Grounds by name is in the game, but we never fucking see anything other than what we see in Tears of the Kingdom. And what I see in Tears of the Kingdom is almost similar to what's on the very top of Arbiter's Grounds in Twilight Princess, to almost a point that the ore that's there at Arbiter's Grounds in Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, could be the leftover slab that the Mirror of Twilight is casted upon. And if that's the case, like going back to what Zoe said like not too long ago, what if Arbiter's Grounds came from below the sands and it was risen up? You know what? I believe that, Zoe, because the spinner does that exact same thing to the mirror chamber for that same slab. This all of this, these hidden structures and shit, it all, oh my god, yes! I'm sorry for freaking out like that, but
it's a whole last second set of that stairwell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but don't stop. Zoe says take as many screenshots as you can of this entire area because the yes.
It's in a worse state than the other one, but it's literally a second set of that stairwell where it goes on either side, and there's a gate at the top, and you can see, and I took some screenshots of it. I'll go over here into my album. There's a gate on the top, and then there's a slight set of stairs, an incline, and then everything is ruined because of the roots and because of the sediment, but clearly there would have been a path straight ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's whole sections here that are just completely gone.
That's why I'm starting to believe now over time, maybe the Temple of Light didn't crash underground from the sky. Maybe it was down there. Okay, fine. How big was it? How big was
huge.
Yeah. Yeah, the Temple of Light was fucking huge there, bud. So, the next question comes, is the Triforce hidden in that structure somewhere?
There's some brickwork over here, so where did it come from?
That's the secret word of the day! I know that he didn't get to the Triforce. He took the Time Stone and then corrupted it. Yep, so I think it's that up there. Maybe that was the loose brickwork that collapses down to the ground that you just looked at up there?
Yes, that must be. Because that's a little cave, and I know the Lionel is right here.
Yep, because there's going to be an area up there that you have to crouch, and you're going to be on some kind of brick wall, and it's completely submerged into the rock.
And there's literally piles of brick and debris.
So he says the Pee Wee Herman impression was not expected.
He said it again.
Oaf and LH, according to Breath of the Wild Masterwords, the only manifestation of the Triforce is within Zelda in the present, so at least in the present is within her. He said it again, Zoe Brick. They both said it. He said, oh, damn it, I said it again, didn't I? Fuck. That's the secret word of the day. God.
All right. We're building. If you build it.
I
will come.
myself, I need to step away for a moment because I gotta use the little oaf's room, but I will be back myself. So, Rev, if you can hear me, can you keep LH entertained for a little bit, please? Thank you, love. Bye.
I can do that.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing, LH?
Good. I just
I'm currently editing the Rito video for tomorrow.
the
So
Rito video. So
yes,
this little room. I just found this little room. The one that Oaf was talking about. It's a junction.
Oh,
So it looks like the path would have gone either straight ahead or to this one side. And you can see sort of the indentations there
right.
where there would have been caves, but they're completely blocked up. And yeah, this room here outside has a linel on the bottom there. But you don't come up to it.
Right.
You come down to it. There was a set of stairs. So did it connect up here, or did it go somewhere off over here?
Seems like when the Forgotten Foundations sunk deeper, some parts went deeper than others.
Yeah.
Ah.
Wild.
Breath of the Wild.
Man. Breath of the Wild. Okay, so this one is solid. Oh, that one is not solid. Okay. Goodbye.
Where would it have led to?
Yeah, exactly. There's that's what we were talking about. There's whole stairwells and structures buried in the rock.
Yes.
So like
Nowhere.
where there must have been tunnels and structures, this thing probably filled up the entire space.
Yes.
Down here.
That's crazy. And all for the purpose of helping, I'm guessing, the ancient Izonai get to the Triforce. Or making it more difficult to get to the Triforce. Something.
Wild. It's absolutely wild.
Wild era. Man, you got the ancient hero aspect. You got some patience.
Yeah.
In both games, I gave up at around 60 or 70 shrines.
I get all the shrines. I got to. I have to. It's in my blood. I must get them all. I just want to fly out of here.
It's time for me to fly. Time for me to fly.
Oh.
Hello. Sorry about that.
I'll hop back into mute.
Say again?
Oh.
I'll hop back into
He
mute.
muted.
Oh, no worries. No. Oh, don't. Okay, Rev. Well, thank you for keeping everybody entertained. Always glad to hear from you.
Did that Lionel see me? No. Yes, now they did.
This is the exact spot I was talking about. Stop. Oh
Yeah.
wait.
No, I did.
Okay.
I was on the other side.
Oh
The
damn!
brickwork.
I forgot.
I took photos.
No,
I took photos.
I'm on a stream delay. I was delayed. So that area where you used ascend and then where you ascended up to, you saw that collapsed rock with that wall in it. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the exact spot I was talking about. I believe that's the same spot that Zoe was talking about. That is the exact frickin' spot. No, we didn't say it
right
again. We didn't say the secret word of the day again. Zoe shared another one, and I believe that is the exact same thing we're talking about.
Cool.
Yes. Oh yes.
Hi, buddy.
Hello. Hello, buddy. Hello, guy. Hello, friend.
You got actual scars on your arm. Like, what's going on there, bud? On your stomach too. What the hell?
On the oh yeah, the Lionel. Oh.
The Lionel. They're actually like completely covered in scars.
Oh man. Oh, what the hell? Oh, it's gonna shoot your ass.
He gonna shoot me.
Oh no!
He gonna shoot me.
Oh, seize it. He's angry. He's angry.
He got tired.
Oh,
he got tired of me staring at him.
So that's interesting. He had it. So I know that even if you're elevated or lowered down, they will get aggro and they'll shoot you in Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, right? What? Why did the Lionel wait? It's almost like it's almost akin to Majora's Mask, right? Like how Lionels can't be fooled by many disguises except like maybe a Lionel mask, but it'll be delayed and then it'll go aggro Majora's Mask by just a little bit. It seems like the ancient aspect there, it has the same kind of delay.
Maybe he thought I was one of his own, and then he realized I wasn't, and he's just like, yeah, you die now.
You don't dictate when Lionel attacks. Lionel does what it wants, because Lionel, it doesn't give a shit. Dictated. Read, but not dictated. Dictated by Zoe, read by Oaf. Yeah, Lionels are honey badgers. They don't give a shit. Ruthless motherfuckers. Ruthless bastard.
He got me.
Oh no.
He got me.
Oh no. Oh no, is LH about to die? Oh no.
No. No. Die? Me?
Me? No, you? No. Oh. Okay. Let me see. Because knowing us, and knowing that we could Zelda theorize, and knowing that we craft this amazing stuff. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying the secret word of the day again. I'm just not.
We're not gonna lay the foundation.
Oh yeah.
We're not
gonna lay down the cobble.
Yeah.
Hey, do you know what my favorite kind of clay product is?
When?
Pottery. Oh, fancy laugh.
I get this pink little guy down from the wall. Let's get him. Okay, so we're down in the Forgotten Foundations. We're talking about the Sacred Realm. We're talking about the Temple of Light. We're talking about 40th anniversary. What else we going on? What's next?
It's Lionel Richie. God damn it, Zoe. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, who joined?
Who rejoined? Who rejoined? Oh, was it Dan? I think it might have been Dan. Lionel Richie, and it's Lionel Richie's hair, but Lionel.
Yes. It's chef's kiss. It's beautiful.
So good. Dan, you haven't, or was it Rev? Someone's
joining in and then leaving?
Oh no.
Who is this?
Oh no.
Why is there so much gloom?
I call it death.
Ganondorf.
So, about the Gloom Malice Tree pod. Let's talk about that one. So...
Oh, you want to talk about that? Okay,
yeah.
Let's go.
So, the entire area it is below even the depths in this really, really, really dark fucking area. That seems to keep...
I call it the ultra depths.
Yeah, it seems like it keeps going. And so, to me, first thing is, I guess, when you go below that malice tree into the infinite darkness, I believe you'll eventually end up in the still world and meet Null.
Oh,
but
yes.
That malice tree, I've been thinking about it, and a lot of it I now need to relook at. How is it there?
How?
Ganondorf.
How? Why?
Ganondorf was trapped underground because of the resistance force baiting him under there so they could seal him. He didn't have time to plant that. So how did he know about it? Because when he woke up at the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom, he fell down to there.
Yes. Look at how pitted everything is.
Yeah.
Like it's been corroded.
Whoa, man. It's very satisfying to watch a bunch of ghost people run the train on them hoes anyway. What? What did I miss? What the hell did I miss, Zoe? What? I call it Death, Lionel Richie's best song. Pro tip, wear the Lionel mask, unequip your weapon, and turn on the stage of the little Merble, that bitch for you. 2 depths 4 kilometers underground. Well, why wouldn't I want the style on them? I'm bad at fighting them. It is very satisfying to watch a bunch of ghost people run the train on them hoes anyway. What the fuck? Yeah, I reread through that whole thing. Oh. Okay, yeah, no, I get you now, Zoe. Never mind. It's the sages beating the fuck out of a Lionel.
Hey, even the stairs fell. There was supposed to be a set of stairs over here.
My parents took the stairs away because I'm grounded, Eddie. That's disturbing. So that's the pit into the void.
Yeah.
And it's underneath the sealing chamber.
This. And there's the pillar. There's the pillars that Rauru, Minoru, and Sonia installed.
So did Rauru, Minoru, and Sonia know what was underneath the sealing chamber, or did they not?
Don't.
Rauru for sure knew, says Zoe. Yeah? Look at his body language in the cutscene when, yeah. He ain't looking like it's a theme park. He knows that place. Gloom's Lair, yeah. So...
Look at how this Zonite lights up when I stand on it with the miner set.
He knows that place. The sacred tree there gave them the edge, but over 10,000 plus years corrupted it. Oh my god. Oh my god, Brick is right.
What? What's Brick say?
Brick and Zoe are both...
Brick again.
Yeah, both Brick and Zoe are right. If Rauru knew about that chamber underneath, and if that tree was actually there the entire fucking time, then that tree may have been a tree of light.
And it became a tree of darkness.
Yeah.
Being corrupted.
So what if when Rauru and Sonia were placing the shrines on the surface, because those shrines are connected to light roots, what if the light roots are connected to that malice tree, and the shrines are a way to reinforce the light in the tree? But because Ganondorf fell down, he was able to corrupt it. Oh, and that's why all the shrines are sending out a similar kind of thing of like Ganondorf's soul being siphoned off by Rauru. Fuck!
Oh yeah, here's Zelda's torch. Beautiful. Yeah, that's wild.
Sapping
I don't
all
know
of
how
the
to feel about
malice
that.
and trying to purify it. Knows that place, yeah. Definitely was a sacred tree and hangs out right under the prison chamber. Jesus Christ, really? It's like how the Deku tree infused the Master Sword with the sacred energy from the forest. Yeah. So glad that Zelda didn't hit the ground. She would have
The
been
baby
dead.
girl would have been dead.
Hell
Yeah.
no. Yeah, Breath of the Wild. Do. Well, goddamn, yeah, he would have known about this. So he would have known about the tree. Oh my god. So Hyrule's Yggdrasil is real. That's nuts. What if
If
yeah. What if I'm trying not to lose it, but I'm quickly losing it. I'm sorry. I need an assist. Oh no. Want to see something that will freak everyone out that they can't what? No.
that they can't share.
That they can't share. Wait.
We can't share
What?
it.
Well, we can't. We can't. David says.
Oh, I haven't even checked the chat in a while.
David says the Temple of Light was built
around or above the sacred tree. Yeah, most
could have been
likely.
a pilgrim. Oh. Hey
Could have
Zoe,
been a place of pilgrimage.
you remember you talked to our group about Rauru and Minaru's pilgrimage of light? What if the final part of that pilgrimage is to visit that sacred tree underground? Just want to bring that up to your attention, because one part light, one part spirit equal sacred tree underground to banish the light and the darkness that is spewing out like a festering wound. Very interesting.
And then what the hell is this? What is this?
Pilgrimage ended with the Interloper War, and what pilgrimage use would it have to install the spikes? I think the spikes would use that sacred tree's power, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Oh dear Lord, what? Wait. It is that. So you don't want to share in this with anyone, Zoe? Because dear Lord, what am I looking at? Am I looking at what I think I'm looking at? Oh. Yes, it would be darkness imprisoning you. Oh no. Sorry, what was the question? Listening music. Oh, no worries. I'm seeing a couple of like. Is it all right if I share it on screen for the lovely people at home, by chance?
He said no sharing.
No sharing. Oh yeah, that's right. Oops. Well, what I'm seeing is
Zoe and Oath.
yeah,
But mostly Zoe.
She's like, please share. Okay.
This hole.
He said hole. He said hole.
Has structures, and it's circular. And the construction style reminds me of the ring ruins.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. You know what else it reminds me of?
I've never noticed that before.
I think Zoe pointed it out, but not just Ring Ruins, but Temple of Time, and maybe a little bit of Room of Awakening. I'd almost say Forgotten Foundation, like in the map room.
Now, I remember one of Raru's voice memories saying something about how concentric circles or circles represent something sacred.
Yes. Yes, and we see that.
So
with
this
a
place
lot of it.
was this place would have been a holy site. So yeah, that tree wasn't evil to start with.
It wasn't. Apparently, I think Rauru was down there to protect that tree from Ganondorf, maybe.
Well, he failed.
He failed! Zoe also said we could share these images, and I have put them on screen, but she also says, it's one of the few places in the depths made of Sky Arizona white stone. Correct. Would you like to know a neat fact about that hole? Represent the eternal bond between their people and the trees. Oh, goddamn. Well, goddamn.
The people in the trees.
They're in the trees.
The people
So,
in the trees.
what I'm seeing here that Zoe
A
shared,
ringer?
for some reason that hole is the same diameter as the upper part of the seal grounds, and I have no idea why. Yeah.
I don't.
I
I
don't.
kind of want to and don't want to go down there at the same time.
So, Zoe,
What if I go into the darkness?
this image that you shared, all three of them, it's of Minoru in Age of Imprisonment at one of the altars, using her spirit power, I think. But I'm seeing Malice via the red energy next to her. And when we zoom in, it's either an eye or some kind of Zonai structure or something. I'm saying in the sealed Zonai construct place, there's part of a guardian head. Okay, so that's what I was gonna ask. Is that the mask? As in, like, the mask that we find in the sky? Like, is she making the mask for her? No, this thingy. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, Zonai Chica connection from Zoe. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I see
know
it.
who it is, Matt.
I see who that...
I know who you is.
I see what you're getting at, Zoe. Holy crap. It's the ear part of the Guardians from Breath of the Wild. Holy
It's
crap.
the top. Is it? I thought it was just something. I thought it was
What's
just
it
a
doing in
curvy thing.
AOI? I don't know.
What is it doing there? What does it do? What
Is-
does it mean?
Is it like a like Zonai Tech is a Nintendo DS and Sheikah Tech is a Game Boy Advance cartridge that you could slap in the bottom of it? Most importantly, when it's doing an AOI. Yeah, that is odd. What is it doing there? God damn. All right.
I am going to die.
Oh no. I will say that today, for the 40th anniversary of Zelda, and us having not just DSP 5 Alive, but this has turned into basically, like, technically a double crossover where we have both Rev and Zoe. where we're basically it's a crossover of DSP, RevCast, and Lightcast essentially, and I can't think of anything perfect other than that to celebrate 40 years of Zelda. Getting some Zelda games in, some theory crafting, some nice observations and all that. And there's going to be more to come. What I mean by that, and okay, how about I put it this way? How about I put it this way of because we are eventually going to need to end this special episode of the cast, but the people in chat, like meaning the call, I know that I'll probably still be in the VC after the stream, but I do want to cover a couple things. So the first thing is this is just the first of many to come. Really cool collabs with these amazing people. We have, as we've mentioned before, the Timeline collab that we're going to be having coming out this year. More DSP with LH and myself, as well as in the future we'll probably have more crossovers with Rev and Zoe. And then there's a couple other things that I can at least say, but I can't say. Zoe here is at the helm. Something big. And that's as much as I can say. We're all involved, but there's something big, something real good, something real, like just like something real, right? Something about Zelda that is real, from real voices, from real people, from real fans of the series. And we can't wait to present it to you guys, because that's where you're probably going to be finding, actually, what am I talking about? It is where you're going to find our timeline. See, I can't speak anymore. I'm already getting mush brain. It's going to be where
we got mush brain. We've been going too long.
Yeah, I know, right? I apologize for that. It's going to be where our timeline. Jesus Christ, yes. Dang it. It's going to be where our timeline.
You know what? I have a
collab video is going to be. Basically, something big's coming. DSP is going to be tied into it. Our big collab video is going to be tied into it. A couple other big things for the future that we have planned and don't have planned yet, but will happen in the future, are going to happen. But because Zoe's at the helm, I can't really say anything about it. I could just say that something big is going to happen, and it's going to include LH here, myself, Rev, Dan, Zoe, Gabe. It's going to be a good time, especially if you're a Zelda fan, and it's going to be a good time overall for everyone, you know? Let's see.
Matt, Pain Reaver. Was it Oracle of Ages that Link has a dream or a vision of Aghanim, or was that a different game?
That was Link's Awakening.
Link's Awakening.
Yeah, where he
Link's Awakening, you see him
fight Death'Eye.
Death Eye, yes.
Yeah.
The final nightmare transforms into various enemies that Link has faced. It transforms into Aghanim, it transforms into Ganon, it transforms into a Moldorm, a Zol, or something. I remember it's a bouncy little ball that you can attack.
It transforms into relationship commitment.
And then of course its final form is the large one-eyed creature with multiple limbs that spin around the room.
Yeah.
But yeah. Some good times.
Hells yeah. I do want to at least end us off with a couple of things community-wise. And that's what I try to do at the end of each DSP. And since we got more than you and me this time, this one's going to go around the table to Dan, Rev, Zoe, LH, and then I'll end it off. So I'll make this one simple. Rev, I want you to go ahead if you want. Got anything you want to share? Anything upcoming that you want to have people hyped about? You got anything you want to tell the wonderful people at home, or what's up?
Get ready to have your, what is it, Rivali said, get ready to preen yourself, because a Rito video is going to drop tomorrow.
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm almost done with the edit. My eyes are burning, and it's going to be a good one.
It's definitely going to be a good
good
one. All right, Rev, because that entire series you've been doing, it's been just a banger after banger, man. So I can't wait personally.
Thank you. Yep. But I think I found the swing of newborn trenches and can find a rhythm to work in.
There we go. There we go.
Good.
Can't wait to see it tomorrow, man.
Yep.
Alrighty.
All right.
Dan,
Excellent.
Dan, do you have anything or upcoming anything big or so? We'll go from you, and then we'll go Zoe, and then we'll go LH, and then we'll go me. Dan's like, nope, not really. Is it just the usual daily shorts as usual, Dan, or just chilling for now? Yeah, going to end my hiatus with that. All right,
Nice.
cool. All right.
Zoe says, get ready for the mystery of the Zonai Towers to be solved soon.
Soon. Heck yes.
Soon.
We've got new video coming
Can't
out
wait.
about the Rito with Rev. We got Dan coming back with more shorts eventually after his hiatus. We got Zoe coming out with Zonai stuff. Can't wait. Cannot wait. LH,
Yes.
you, hey, what's going on with you, my dude? What's going on with you, bud?
What's going on with me?
Yeah.
I've been trying to push out some short form content
Mm-hmm.
on my Instagram and on YouTube on occasion. I've been doing pretty well. Probably going to keep up with that. Just most of them are either translations from Masterworks or voice memories overlaid with some of the related imagery from either Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
I did one the other day from Echoes of Wisdom because that game also came out and it has a lot of fun lore and a lot of fun things and interesting things that happen in that game as well. And I'm probably going to just keep pushing those out for the next little while until we get something a little more juicy to work with. In the meantime, working on the collab, the timeline collab. So yeah, just kind of keep pushing the usual until we're ready to launch our project.
Heck yeah. And I know I'm going to ask this before anyone on either the Twitch or the YouTube side says it, but LH, if we're not mistaken, today is the first time in about a year and a half or so that you've been live. Almost 2
Maybe.
years. Yeah. You gonna be returning to the streaming field, my dude?
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
No,
It's a lot of fun. I got super busy there for a while with work, so that all kind of fell to the wayside. Work has been a lot less busy now, so maybe we'll see.
Oh yeah. And you know what? Having you on stream a couple of days ago, having you today and with the fam on a live edition of DSP, it's just I really do like having people to bounce back and forth with, all the time. It's way more fun to do,
For sure.
I'll end off this whole thing with the news and announcements of myself doing more of our Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 run, continuing on this upcoming Monday. We recently just pulled the Master Sword out of Zelda Skull, and defeated Phantom Ganon, rescuing the Korok Forest. So as of right now, I'm realizing 12 streams in, I don't really have many more side BS, adventures to do. I've already got all 3 of the pieces of the Yiga armor. I've got my Blade Master title. I've got my Lightning Helm. I've got the Earthquake. I've defeated Koga. I got the Master Sword. I've got the Snow Boots, the Sand Boots. I've got the shrines for each of the settlements, but I haven't done all the regional phenomena. And I'm just realizing, well, it's going to be an overpowered late game, isn't it? So, you guys can expect.
You're gonna breeze through the all of the temples now.
It's going to be like how I play Breath of the Wild. It's like when I play Breath of the Wild, I turn it more linear over the years. I'll do 40 shrines, Master Sword, entire Trial of the Sword, so then it's already done and over. Do another 40 shrines, get 2 Divine Beasts done. The last 40 shrines, last 2 Divine Beasts, Champion's Ballad, and then done. I've made Breath of the Wild so linear that I've become so overpowered in late game. But other than Tears of the Kingdom coming up on Monday with more of that playthrough, theories on my end will be coming back relatively soon. Same with the Zelda Timeline playthrough series from 2024. That will be coming back soon. Maybe a couple of other new things that I want to test out, but I haven't tried out yet. Maybe we'll see. And of course, a couple of big things with all of y'all. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good year.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. From Zoe.
It's going to be great.
Robert, someone shit one of the cabinets, Robert.
Oh my god.
But I think that was a very nice DSP, and I want to thank everyone from the Twitch side, the YouTube side. This is a very nice first live episode, and we will definitely have more of these in the future.
It's been a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. Anything you want to say before we head out?
Just thank you all so much for coming out and joining us and spending some time with us ranting and raving about The Legend of Zelda on the day of its 40th anniversary. This is the gateway to the rest of the year, and if you've been following along, there's a lot of different projects, a lot of things that are coming up and that are being worked on by people like us, dedicated fans of the series, and so there's a lot to look out for and to be hyped and be excited for. So keep your eyes and ears posted. Thank you very much,
and thank you everyone from your favorite scrubs, from Zoe the Dream Shrine, Rev, and Dan. Happy birthday to Zelda, and we will see you guys next time. Peace out.
Peace.